Good morning, everyone. Ooh, that's loud. Move that back a little. Seeing it is after 9 a.m., I want to welcome you all to the Environment and Agricultural Committee. We've got a pretty busy day today on the schedule, hearing bills relating to solid waste and recycling policy. We're going to start our day by doing a Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm going to call on Representative Murray to lead us. Please stand.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, thank you. We're excited to get back to doing hearings, and we've got a little bit of a thin committee today for various reasons. We have some other members that have other commitments and scheduled vacations and things of the such, but we'll make do with what we have here. A couple things I want to go over before we go into the first hearing. The blue sheet and pink cards are over on the table for those of you who are new to the process. I know last year we didn't do any of that since we did a lot of online testimony. But if you're in support or want to sign in with a position of the bill, not just support, you can sign on the blue sheet. If you want to speak, you need to make sure you get a pink card up to us here so that we can get you on the list and know who to call on for testimony. We will not be execing any bills today, just taking testimony on the bills that we have. The other thing I want to go over, which is new to us, is the microphones in the video. This is now being live streamed. This is the first time that that's happened. And so for the committee members, you have microphones on the desk in front of you. I would ask that when you're done speaking, you turn your mic off. I've been told that if more than 3 of us have a mic on, it will kind of block out everybody and you won't be able to hear. Plus, it will cut down on the background noise that is going out to the members in the audience and the members that are joining us online through YouTube and viewing us. So if we can all try and remember to do that, would be helpful. The last announcement I have is we're going to be taking a hard stop at 12 o'clock for a lunch break. I know I've got a lot of bills scheduled, and I've hopefully built time enough in for all the testimony, but if we need to recess, the next bill, if we get close to that time, then we'll do that and just put it on hold and finish the one that we're on. But I do want to be fair to the committee and give them a good chance to have a solid hour for a lunch break. So we'll be doing a hard stop at noon and resuming at 1. Okay, our first bill that we're going to bring up is House Bill 1111, and I will open the hearing on that, and I will call on Representative Partial to introduce the bill. Please remember to turn your mic on there. Thank you. For the members at home, I did forget to announce, this is House Bill 1111 is establishing a commission to study extended producer responsibility. Go ahead, Brett Partial.
Thank you. I know somewhere else it says extended producer liability. Liability sounds like such a So at the start of my work life in the 70s, I drove a semi and hauled local produce and wine to market hubs. Now, there was a well-known joke on the CB radio about some truckers and firms that engaged in the practice of midnight dumping.
Excuse me, Representative, do you have your mic on?
I thought,
There you go.
oh, I'm sorry. I'm
Thank
so sorry. So, backwards. At the start of my work life in the 70s, I drove a semi and hauled local produce and wine to marketing hubs. It was a well-known joke on the CB radio about some truckers and firms that engaged in the practice of midnight dumping, which was the intentional spreading of toxins and hazardous waste by leaving a nozzle partway open as a truck traversed the interstates. I'm happy to say this practice met its rightful end with legislation that required proper labeling and tracking of hazardous materials. This rightfully put the cradle-to-grave liability for disposal and waste back onto the producers. Now, I know this committee will be spending this day reviewing numerous bills on the expansion of New Hampshire landfills. And I wonder how many of these landfills could be rendered unnecessary with wiser stewardship of our local resources. House Bill 1111 is a modest step in that direction, as it would use a financial incentive to encourage producers to consider the entire life cycle of their product and packaging. This would include the cost of disposal and landfilling, currently being absorbed by our municipalities and ratepayers. And this is key. HB 1111 is a first step in internalizing the cost of disposal to product design. Well-drafted EPA legislation will place the burden of disposal squarely upon the creators of the product and establish a clear line of responsibility that would relieve local government from the currently hidden cost of disposal. Consumers have little control over packaging. Even my favorite salad dressing, with 100% of profits going to charity, has recently switched to single-use plastic. On average, for every 100 bottles that are produced, 24 are in current use, 9 will be incinerated, 7 recycled, and 60 end up clogging our landfills. The full cost of product packaging does not show up at the time of purchase. Rather, it appears on my municipal tax bill. The cost of disposables shifted entirely from the producer to the consumer and has real costs in terms of both economics and the environment. 2 other states have already enacted extended producer responsibility legislation, as has a major portion of Europe and Canada. I cannot predict what will be the best fit for our New Hampshire way. Experience has taught me the best solutions come from those who have direct experience with the problem. Gathering the various stakeholders with a study commission should result in a workable grassroots solution. A common model that is used elsewhere would have the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services contract with an established packaging materials stewardship organization. The stewardship program will collect certain waste streams costs from participating municipalities in connection with packaging products. With some exceptions, producers of packaging material will be liable to pay into a fund based on the amount by weight of packaging materials associated with the product they sell or distribute in New Hampshire. Producer payments received by the stewardship organization will be used to reimburse participating municipalities for certain recycling and waste management costs. In addition to the payments of municipal reimbursements, the stewardship organization could use a reasonable portion of producer payments to cover operational expenses and provide for education and infrastructure aimed at reducing packaging waste. Producers may offset some portion of this payment obligation by implementing programs to recycle or reducing the amount of packaging associated with the products they sell or distribute in the state, or meeting other program incentives. In summary, the problem of choking our transfer stations with unnecessary packaging would rightfully be shifted back to the producers of such waste. This would result in lowering the cost to our municipalities and their tax base. While this is environmental legislation, it's ever so related to the cost taxpayers incur in support of their municipal transfer stations. Wish to thank the committee, and I will do my best to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Representative Parshall. Anybody have any questions for Representative Bixby?
Yes, thank you for taking my question. And one question that comes up frequently when we are faced with a bill requesting a commission is whether a committee would be an appropriate shift for it, because in order to make it a little bit more limber, let's say.
Mm-hmm. I can understand that. I know we are swamped with committees at times, it feels like. However, in a situation like this, I feel there's a complicated issue that could be made simpler by gathering gathering the concerned people who are concerned with this and already working with this problem together and coming up with a workable solution that everybody could live with, rather than dictating from above.
Thank you.
Representative Hamola.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. You had referenced 2 other states that have enacted this as well. And do you know those and how long their programs have been available?
I know that this past, thank you for the question. I know this past fall, Maine had legislation signed into place, and the timetable for actually moving that program forward, I could find out perhaps, but I could not give you.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I just wondered if there's some longevity.
And the other state is Oregon, and that also was very recent. I will admit there's not longevity to this, at least not in the United States. However, as I said earlier, and you may hear from other testimony, there are places around the globe that have been doing this for a very long time successfully.
Thank you.
Representative Bixby?
Thank you for taking my question. Actually, this is not my question, but Representative Kaplan's question, which he's not going to be here till noon, so obviously he's not going to make this hearing. But he was wondering, how does the proposed committee interact with, or would it interact with the Solid Waste Study Commission?
How would a committee act?
Yeah, so how would the proposed, the commission proposed under HB 1111 interact with the existing Solid Waste Study Commission?
I would hope that there would be some, I really can't say. I mean, I'll be to be very frank, it'd be speculative of me to say that.
Okay. Fair enough, thank you.
I should add, I would hope that there'd be quite a bit of crossover and concerns could be heard in both directions. I think that would be the obvious thing to expect to occur.
Yeah.
But thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Thank you, Representative Partial, and we appreciate you introducing the bill.
Thank you so much.
Next, I'd like to call Representative Oxenham. Good morning.
Thank you to the chair. Thank you for members for being here. Can you hear me, or do I need, thanks. Extended producer responsibility moves the cost of managing post-use products partially or fully from local governments and ratepayers to the producing, that should be taxpayers, excuse me, I'm from STE, used to talking about ratepayers, taxpayers, to the producing industry. It is based on the polluter pays principle, making waste producers responsible for the recycling and disposal of their waste, or to pay the costs thereof. Asking the industry to take back products at the end of a product's life encourages the industry at the outset to design the products in ways that enhance their reusability and their sustainability. It incentivizes new thinking about how to create the products that we all use every day. It minimizes the impact of waste downstream, which impacts our waterways, our air, our water, our scenic resources on which New Hampshire tourism depends. EPR is increasingly recognized worldwide as an efficient waste management policy. It improves recycling and, most importantly, reduces the amount of landfilling of products and materials. EPR programs have been used in Canada and the European Union for at least a decade. It ensures that producers, manufacturers, brand owners, and first importers of products and packaging are given the legal responsibility for collection, recycling, and end-of-life management, or else pay the cost thereof. 25 out of the 28 member states of the EU have EPR schemes in place, and annually they save in excess of 79 million tons of materials. Japan and South Korea have programs for a wide range of products. These programs can be done across the board, or they can be done for selective waste streams. They could be done just for batteries, just for electronics, just for paper products. There are many, many options out there, which is a very strong reason to have a commission look into this and make a determination of possibly where we would start and where we would like to end up with an EPR program here in New Hampshire. If I may take one more moment to tell a brief story to bring this into focus. 30 years ago, when I was a Sierra Club member living in Maryland, I saw an independent documentary, which I've not been able to resurface, but it was called The Next Industrial Revolution. And it focused on a Swiss rug-making company. And the company was suddenly hit with a charge for disposing of its toxic materials, which were the dyed remnants of carpets. And so the carpet manufacturer said, I'm not paying that money. That's crazy. And so he redesigned his processes, used vegetable dyes, not only cut any kind of waste stream coming out, but created an income stream because he could then sell the remnants of the carpets as fertilizer. So that's the kind of rethinking that EPR can create. And I'll take questions.
Representative Bixby.
Thank you for taking my question. So the prime sponsor seemed to suggest that this was aimed mostly at EPR for packaging, and I'm wondering if the study should be aimed at much more broadly than that to include all possible avenues towards the EPR, and if there's a direct or if it's sort of aimed at one category or another.
Thank you for the question. It's an excellent suggestion and would certainly be a welcome amendment from my end, and I believe that with Representative Partial and Representative Suzanne Smith as well. Again, we didn't want to take up too large a bite, but sometimes you undershoot, and looking at the full gamut would certainly pay off for the taxpayers of the state.
Follow up? Yes, so I don't actually see in the bill where it says specifically that it would be in fact specifically packaging, so I'm not sure that it actually requires an amendment. Or
I have the bill with me, but I don't have it in front of me, and I'll take your word for it. Perhaps I misunderstood your question. I understood you to say that you thought it was limited and you wanted it to be expanded.
well, I guess the question was that the prime sponsor's testimony suggested it was limited, but in fact I don't see in the bill that there is a limitation.
I think that was just an example. That was just an example. He wasn't saying that it was limited.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Certainly, could the prime sponsor answer the question? Madam Chair?
Madam Chair? Judy?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
Is
sorry.
it possible for the prime sponsor to answer a question that I'm not able to answer?
Sure.
Thank you again for the question. It was my hope and ambition that a study commission would have broad authority to investigate any possible legislation along the lines of an extended producer responsibility. So while it's not specifically addressing situations like electronic disposal or car disposal, typically those kind of issues are addressed in the same packaging in other places, and I expect they would be here as well. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank
I
you.
hope that the bill is broad enough to encompass that.
I think it is.
Thank you. Representative Dutzy.
Taking my question. I just had a comment. It says here the commission shall submit a report on or before September 1st, 2022. That's incorrect?
Yes, it certainly is, and we would expect to have that changed. If it can't be changed here, we can change it on the Senate side. But thank you for the keen eye in pointing that out. And I'd also like to note that I have circulated the National Caucus of Environmental Legislators fact sheet on EPR for packaging, which may also be the reason that you thought that the bill was limited to packaging. The bill is not. But it does speak to the general issue as on the fact sheet.
Any other questions?
Just,
Representative Bixby.
there, in terms of existing EPR programs that actually exist in the states, I know that the ones for packaging are fairly new, but are there not some programs for electronics in other states and for maybe car tires and that sort of thing?
Thank you for the question. I believe that those may be more locally produced programs rather than being in state statute. But I know that there are the 2 state programs in Maine and Oregon, and I don't know of other statewide programs here in the United States, although, as I said, in the EU, 25 out of the 28 member states have EPR programs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Murray.
Just if I may have your testimony for the record, if you have that, please, or you can email it to the committee.
I'll send it to you by email.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much for the opportunity to speak to you today.
All right, thank you very much. Next up is Representative Suzanne Smith.
I am very sorry, Suzanne Smith had to rush off another committee meeting.
Yes, sure.
Will not be testifying.
Mhm.
My apologies.
Okay. All right. Anyone else would like to speak on this bill? Sorry, I don't know your name. Oh, I didn't get, oh. Oh, you have, okay. All right, sorry, I didn't see, we don't have a card, a pink card for you. Oh, we do? Oh, down at the end, I'm sorry. All right, then. Bonnie Christie. Good morning, and welcome to Environment and Agriculture.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairperson, Vice Chair, all members of the committee. I did email in my whole statement last night, so you would have email copies of it. So I'm just going to try to skip through and summarize. I'm from Hopkinton, and I'm going to speak about our local situation, not about the national and all the details of EPR, but I'll talk about our numbers.
Thank
So,
you.
Yeah. I do support this bill, and I speak as an individual citizen today, but I am also a member of the Hopkinton-Webster Refuse Disposal Committee that operates our transfer station, and I'm the chairperson of the Hopkinton Waste Reduction Committee. So I think that the trends that we're seeing in Hopkinton are probably representative of many, if not most, New Hampshire towns. And that is that our waste load is going way up, and even with aggressive recycling, we're not keeping up with that. Our committee, the Waste Reduction Committee, was previously named the Recycling Committee, but when recycling rate wasn't keeping up with the MSW, the Municipal Solid Waste Load, we renamed our committee the Hopkinton Waste Reduction Committee. So here's a few numbers to illustrate what I'm talking about. Between 2019 and 2021, our MSW waste load went up by 260 tons. That brings us to a total of 3,228 tons a year to dispose of in a landfill or incinerator. Just for reference, this is equivalent to 14 elephants a week going into our hopper, or 35 of my vehicles. I drive a Honda CR-V, so I calculated the weight and the equivalent. So that's sort of like what we're doing. Our tipping fee jumped this year from $72 a ton to $82 a ton, and it's going to go up $5 a ton until 2025, so we'll be paying close to $100 a ton to dispose of our waste. The total expense to our taxpayers right now was just about $265,000 to get rid of our MSW. And the expense to operate our transfer station is $566,846. So this is what we're dealing with finances. In addition to our municipal solid waste, we had to dispose of 3,747 tons of metal, construction debris, electronics, and so forth. That was another $20,000 cost. So this describes what we're dealing with at our transfer station, and I'm sure that it's similar to what other towns are experiencing. So why is this happening? We're all wondering, why is this happening? What can we do? We divert as much waste as possible to recycling. We kept 50% of our construction and demo debris out of the landfill. We do aggressive recycling with the source separating method rather than single stream recycling for all the other goods. And that always brings the highest revenue that you can get from recycling. But even with all this, the percentage of our total MSW that was recycled in 2021 dipped to its lowest rate ever, 14%. We are not encouraged by that number. So we feel like something has to change. My feeling is HB 1111 would be a first step in that direction. It would start a conversation about source reduction. If you don't produce the waste on the front end, you don't have to dispose of it and pay for it on the other end. Source reduction was at the top of the legislature's hierarchy for preferred strategies for waste management, which was put into place in 1990. We have never done it. At the very bottom was incineration, and then last, landfills. And those are the two things that we've done all these years. We've done no source reduction. We need to flip the pyramid and start focusing on that. So EPR, I don't know all the details of, I think this is a study commission to figure out what it would look like. The Maine EPR law and the Oregon EPR law are very different. So we'd have to do what works for New Hampshire. But as the bill sponsors said, the producers of the products and the packaging would share the responsibility with us as consumers and with municipalities for disposing and paying for the products at the end of life. So this incentive would create more recyclable goods. They would be recycled more, and it would limit packaging to only what's necessary to protect a product or make it safe for the consumer. As I think Lee Oxenham mentioned, EPR is not a new concept. It's done for pharmaceuticals, mattresses, paint, batteries. In summary, it's time for source reduction. It's at the top of our hierarchy. It's been there for 32 years. The legislature was the one that said it, and it's time to implement it. So I hope that the committee will establish a committee on EPR and provide municipalities with some tax relief for their solid waste management. My only concern, which I think was just addressed, is that it does seem that that date that's in the bill is unrealistic for reporting out. So I hope that changes. And I'm also following the solid waste working group that Representative Ebel is chairing. And my thought is that a study commission on EPR could do a deep dive, because EPR is just one of the things that that larger group will be looking at over a year or two. So that's what I would see as a role. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Bixby.
Just a quick question about your construction debris sorting. Is that something that you do sort of in-house with your staff at the transfer station, or is that done by another business?
Yeah, no, we have a separate pile for C&D, construction and demo, and the staff keeps an eye on that to make sure all that's recyclable or can be sent for alternative energy use is sent out, and that comes to about 50% in our town.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
Thank you. Representative Dutzy.
My question. What is the population of Hopkinton, and can I verify, did you say 260 million tons of MSW? Is that what?
No, 200, we produce, well, our population, I'm going to say
go ahead.
around 5,700.
57, okay.
And our total waste in tonnage that we produced in 2021 was 3,228 tons. That was 260 more tons than what we were producing in 2019. And I would be happy to share with you a graph of our trend in solid waste. Our solid waste has gone up between 2016 and 2021, almost 20% in our tonnage. Our population, according to our best numbers, has only grown 5.4%. So the waste is going way up out of proportion. proportion to the number of people. And we don't really understand that, but we really are anxious to do something about it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you for, thank you for taking my question. You also include the town of Webster as well in your landfill, correct?
Yes, we share with Webster.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
it's joint, yeah.
I actually have a question. Do you know what percentage of your town budget goes towards waste management?
I don't have the percentage, but our operating budget last year was $9,783,203, $66,846. And then there was also 42,000 for solid waste, and I'm not sure what that means, but that's what is in our town report from last year.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Murray.
No, that's okay. Thank you for taking my question. So I just wanted to go back and clarify. Did you say initially, though, that there was a $265,000 cost borne?
Yeah, that's what it costs. That's in our total tipping fee for the 3,228 tons that we generate and send out to the landfill.
Thank you.
It used to go to incinerator, now it goes to turnkey in Rochester.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any further questions? Yes, Representative Hamola.
I just have one last question, just to bounce off of Representative Kennedy's question. If you share your landfill with Webster, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know the population of Webster?
I don't. It's much smaller than Hopkinton. And I know our population grew 5.4%, and I think theirs grew like 1.4% in that time period. So it's definitely, you know, we pay proportion. We have pay more proportionally than we do. So
Okay.
anyway, yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, anybody else that would like to speak on this bill before I close out? Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you very much. I will be very brief. I did submit written testimony actually on 6 bills last night, which you should all have via email. John Tuthill from Ackworth, New Hampshire, Sullivan County. And all I'm going to say on HB 1111 is I strongly support the bill. One of 6 bills I'm supporting today. And I will just urge you to consider this carefully. It's long overdue. It's time for us to begin a new, I think, sort of a new regime with solid waste in the state of New Hampshire. And with that, I will let you get on to your next bill. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. Anyone else before I close out 1111? All right, seeing none, we're going to close the hearing on House Bill 1111. Is Rep. Massimilla here? Yes. We didn't have a pink card from you, so I wasn't sure if you were here. All right, we're going to call on, open up the hearing on House Bill 1121 and call on Rep. Massimilla to introduce the bill. And when you get a chance, could you please fill out a pink card and send it up to us? Thank you. When you're ready, go ahead.
Gotta put my glasses on. say it again. Good morning, Chairman Pearl, and good morning, esteemed colleagues. I am Representative Linda Massimilla, and I represent Grafton 1. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present the case for House Bill 1121. I hope to show members of this committee and all of my House colleagues that House Bill 1121 is a bill that is needed now, appropriately protects our residents and businesses, and imposes no additional cost to the state. This bill is needed now largely because the solid waste disposal market doesn't respect state boundaries. The market is regional in nature and is dominated by private for-profit firms, meaning that these firms can and do move large quantities of solid waste across state lines. If we are not diligent, New Hampshire is on a glide path to becoming the sink for much of New England's trash. I say this because other states, New England states like Maine and Vermont, have updated and strengthened the regulatory requirements for new landfill construction, making it harder to build new landfills in those states. New Hampshire has not kept pace with this and the other changes in the market. So this makes New Hampshire an easy target for firms looking to import trash from other states. The scenario that I worry about is that corporations with no particular ties to New Hampshire and with huge profit potential will be importing large amounts of out-of-state trash because we haven't provided good incentives to protect the residents and the businesses in New Hampshire from damages caused by their landfills. And when those landfills, those damages rather, do become evident, those firms don't have good incentives to make restitution for the damages that they occasion. This is a regulatory gap that needs to be filled. There is evidence that the solid waste industry vastly underestimates the possibility of contamination of land, air, and water from their landfills. For example, a top engineer for the second largest solid waste firm in New Hampshire recently told DES that with technology his firm employs, contamination of our water resources, including wetlands and lakes and rivers, quote, can't happen, unquote. Well, I'm here to tell you that, yes, it can happen, and it already is happening in our state. Within the last year, we've seen a huge leachate discharge, which undoubtedly contained PFAS, and we don't know the extent of the resulting contamination. In addition, we've just seen a settlement of a federal court case involving PFAS discharge into a major New Hampshire river. The bottom line is, for those two examples only, that we don't know whether there has been damages suffered by residents and businesses. Now I want to turn briefly to how HB 1121 will work. It's a relatively simple bill designed to help ensure that New Hampshire residents and businesses will be made whole in the event they incur damages from landfill operations. It's important to point out that surety bonds are common vehicles to ensure that industrial firms take financial responsibility for the safe closing of their assets, and also that firms required to obtain surety bonds have a number of options. In other words, there's no one-size-fits-all problem. An additional way surety bonds can be used is to ensure that a landfill owner-operator can and does meet its financial responsibility to pay restitution to individuals and businesses that are harmed by a landfill, not just at the closing of the facility, but during the life of the landfill. This is the central purpose of HB 1121. I think the case for HB 1121 can best be made with a simple example. What happens to New Hampshire residents and businesses that suffer damages from an existing landfill without a surety bond And what happens with a requirement for a surety bond? Well, consider a landfill accident, such as leachate leakage that contains PFAS, which contaminate nearby water supply wells. The affected residents and businesses may sue the landfill owner or operator for damages and win restitution in court. Without a surety bond requirement, there is no assurance that the landfill owner-operator will make such restitution. For example, it may declare bankruptcy, or it may prolong litigation without purpose other than in an attempt to avoid payment of restitution. With a surety bond requirement, those individuals and businesses damaged by the landfill operation are significantly more likely to be paid restitution. Landfills are a risky business, and the citizens and the businesses of our state deserve the added protection to be held harmless in the event of a landfill accident. This seems like the least that we can and should do. Moreover, a surety bond requirement for new landfills allocates the risk of landfill accidents to where it should be, on landfill owners, operators, not on our citizens, and not on our businesses. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Representative. Will you take any questions?
Sure.
Are there any questions? Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. So, just to be clear, there was an original version of the bill, and you circulated an amendment, and the original version talked about insurance and was a little bit less clear about how the bond would work. And does the amendment clarify that?
I believe so. You all have a copy, correct? Yes.
Yeah, I know I was trying to read it quickly while you were talking and pay attention, and I sort of agree. It seems to kind of just tighten up the language a little bit for the most part, made it a little more clear. Thank you. Any other questions for Representative? Representative Bixby, follow?
So, sort of I'm wondering if this would be an example of where a surety bond would have been useful. One of the issues that we've had in the last few years is the Coakley landfill in Portsmouth and Greenland, and it's been very difficult for residents around that landfill to get proper help with their drinking water and make sure that's paid for by the owner of the landfill. If there had been a surety bond in place, would that have helped?
I believe so. I'm not an insurance expert, luckily for all of you, but I believe that would apply.
Thank you.
Representative Aaron.
Thank you for taking my question, and good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I'm interested to know why you are limiting this bill to privately owned solid waste landfills and not including municipally owned ones.
Well, municipally owned landfills are exempt because they were created by the consent of residents. And under jurisdictional rules, that determines, at least in part, if and how residents are compensated for damages caused by the municipality, while privately owned landfills are made subject to HB 1211 because under New Hampshire law and rules, permits for construction of new landfills are issued by the state. And the municipality has limited opportunity to oversee the approval and operation of the landfill.
Gotcha. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Next, we'll call up Director Wimsatt from New Hampshire DES.
Does Megan want this?
Good Morning, Director. Go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Mike Wimsatt. I serve as Director of the Waste Management Division for the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. I want to thank you for the opportunity to comment on House Bill 1121. First, I want to make it clear the agency is not taking a position on this bill. We do have a few concerns that we just wanted to articulate, and they're outlined in the letter that's being circulated right now. I guess really we can divide our concerns mostly into two groups. First, the bill requires, and again, I have not seen the proposed amendment that was just discussed, so my letter of testimony addresses the bill as introduced, and my remarks today are as introduced. So the bill, as it was introduced, requires applicants to submit evidence of compliance with insurance and surety bond requirements of the state and federal government. And this is a point of confusion for DES because as the agency that regulates and permits solid waste facilities, we're not aware of any specific insurance or surety bond requirements. So as a result, we don't enforce any. So if there are such requirements that wouldn't exist in the future, then obviously that would be integrated into our program. But for now, that language in the first section of the bill is confusing to us. And we're not sure what effect that provision would actually have or how we would implement or enforce it. The second issue is the bill requires an applicant to post a surety bond, or the operator of a landfill to post a surety bond to protect against any and all damages, I think is the terminology that's used, that individuals and businesses may incur as a result of operation of the landfill. And as the bill is written, it's unclear to us what damages means. It's a very broad term, and we're not sure who would, what would constitute a damage, who would be the arbiter, or who would determine what a damage was to an individual or a business. And as such, we're not sure how we would enforce such a provision. Also, because it's so broadly written, it really amounts to some uncertainty of the scope of the provision. So we're not sure if, ostensibly such a bond, if one were to be posted, would need to be in place for decades throughout the operating life of the landfill and during the post-closure period of the landfill. And given the uncertainty of scope and the length that it would have to be enforced, we're not really sure if such a bond would be obtainable in the market. We're not experts on bonding, so that's not us weighing in. It causes us to ask ourselves that question. And I think I'll leave it at that, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you, Director. Actually, I have one myself. So if a surety bond is put in place, you may not know the answer to this. Does that survive a bankruptcy?
Yeah, that's beyond my area of expertise.
Okay, thank you. So any other questions for the Director? Seeing none, I guess we'll let you off easy today.
All right, fair
Thank
enough.
you for your
Thank you.
testimony. All right, next up, we'll have Tom Tower from the North Country Alliance for Balance Change. Tom is needing 4 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, to the members of the House Environment and Agriculture Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. For the record, my name is Tom Tower. I'm a resident of Whitefield, and speaking here today on behalf of North Country Alliance for Balance Change to speak in support of House Bill 1121. Before I begin, I'd like to thank Representative Massimilla and all of the other bill sponsors for their tireless and hard work. House Bill 1121 is a very important piece of legislation because it will help protect the residents and businesses of New Hampshire from bearing the entire cost of personal and business damages that may be caused by newly constructed landfills. Without this bill, the likelihood of restitution for those that incur actual damages from the operation of a new landfill is in question. This is not fair, it is not consistent with free market economics, and it is not good for our state. It is well recognized even by individual firms in the solid waste industry that landfills are a messy business. Reams of evidence exist that in businesses, including damage to their health, their safety, their economic security, and to their quality of life. Federal and state environmental regulators have significant responsibilities to look after the natural environment, and as an example, to ensure in advance that a landfill does not cause untoward damage to the environment in general. But the responsibilities of environmental regulators to protect individuals and businesses from damages is extremely limited. In the case of New Hampshire, by default, damages incurred by individuals and businesses must be addressed through legal action. The value of this bill is that it codifies the landfill permit holder must bear the entirety of the cost associated with landfill operations, including the potential costs associated with damages to nearby individuals and businesses. The mechanism used in this bill is to require prior issuance of permits the permit holder to show evidence to DES that it has a surety bond to backstop any restitution that may be required by courts to hold harmless those damaged by landfill operations. In the absence of such surety bonding, permit holder may have the incentive to walk away from its financial responsibilities if there are large claims of damages. There are many examples of industrial firms walking away from their assets for such reason, as an example, by declaring bankruptcy. Although some may consider this unlikely, the consequences would be great, as it would leave in a lurch those damaged by the operation of the landfill. This bill therefore provides added assurance that nearby residents and businesses that incur damages will in fact be compensated for those damages. There are other reasons to support this bill. It is entirely consistent with and codifies the basic principle that polluters should pay damages that they cause. It is also entirely consistent with the basic principle that industrial firms must internalize all of their costs that their activities occasion, and in this case, including the costs associated with harm to nearby residents and businesses. House Bill 1121 is a good bill with bipartisan support that relies on market forces rather than administrative determinations to protect New Hampshire's residents and businesses. It closes a regulatory gap that exists with respect to holding landfill permit holders accountable, and it helps protect residents and businesses that may be harmed by the operations of new landfills. Best of all, it will cost the state nothing to administer. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Tower? Seeing none, thank you. We appreciate you coming in.
Thank you, everyone.
Is there anyone else that would like to testify on House Bill 1121?
Do you have a copy of your testimony then as well? Thank you.
Seeing none, I will close the hearing on 1121. And Representative Davis, could you run over and grab the blue sheet for me on House Bill 1121? Before we close it, actually, we should read the results of that. I forgot to on House Bill 1111. Maybe you could grab both of them. We're all a little rusty from not having done this a couple of years. I do not. I have not seen them at this point. So the question was, do we have access to the online tallies? Because I know there are folks that sign in online. I do not have that currently, but I will certainly make sure we can try and get that and make it part of the record. So on House Bill 1121, we have 3 people signing in. Fred Anderson is in favor. Rick Belanger is against, and John Tuthill is in favor. With that, we will close House Bill 1121, and we'll take up House Bill 1134 in about 3 minutes. Is Rep. Pucco here for introducing 1134?
Okay, go ahead. Is Representative Smith here? Suzanne Smith? No? Okay. Okay, it's 10:01. We're going to get started with the bill, HB 1134. And I'm looking for Representative Bucco, who is the prime sponsor of this bill, to open it up. So let me open this hearing for this bill. It is House Bill 1134, establishing a commission to study proper labeling and disposal of disposable wipes. Good morning, Representative Bucco. Good to see you. The microphone is to your left. Just so you know, the committee did receive via email your testimony. I have it.
Okay.
Everybody have it? Okay. We're all set.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. For the record, my name is Tom Bucco, and I represent Carroll County District Number 2, which includes the towns of Chatham, Conway, Eaton, and Hales location. I appear before you today to introduce House Bill 1134 and to request that the Environment and Agriculture Committee recommend House Bill 1134 ought to pass. The intent of House Bill 1134 is to establish a commission to study the proper labeling and disposal of disposable wastes. Disposable wastes include pre-moistened, non-woven sheets, including baby wipes, disinfecting wipes, and all-purpose cleaning wipes. Wastewater operators are finding huge clumps of these wipes in wastewater collection and treatment systems. These wipes are being flushed down toilets, but they are not biodegradable. They are plugging up wastewater systems and must be manually removed. It is the intent of 1134, House Bill 1134, to establish a commission to study the proper labeling of packaging and the proper disposal of wipes. We recommend a commission of professionals experienced in the field to study this issue, report its findings, and to make any recommendations for proposed legislation in the final report. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry that I read this, but I sent it in when I wasn't sure I was going to make it today.
No worries. Any questions from
Any
the committee?
questions?
Representative Dutzy.
Yes, I believe one of our questions was why a commission, again, and not a committee? Because this seems to be a fairly narrow focus.
Well, we thought we needed to have professionals that work in the field and have experience with this issue, as opposed to just having a commission of a committee of legislators.
Go right ahead.
But correct me if I'm wrong, if it is a committee, you are free to call in all of the experts to give you testimony, is that correct?
Yeah.
And the reason I say this is, I believe it's easier and faster to get a committee together than it would be to get a commission together, so I just wanted to kind of emphasize that.
Well, you're correct that a committee could call in anybody they needed, but we thought with this issue that there's so many, this is happening all over the state, and all over the country probably, because these things are just getting flushed. And in fact, I talked to our superintendent yesterday, and he said that even these masks are getting flushed now. And they're causing a lot of problems because they have straps that catch the rest of the stuff. They have the metal bands. But it's the wipes that are clumping up and actually causing damage. And they're costing money because it has to be, you have to put personnel on that to clean it out. So the intent of a commission of professionals was just to have people that work in the field and are familiar with the issue.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
And I would like to then follow up with Representative Suzanne Smith. Good morning and welcome to Environment and Agriculture.
Well, it's good to be back. It's been many years since I served on this committee, but it's one of my favorites. And I am, for the record, I'm Suzanne Smith. I live in Hebron, and I represent the towns of Plymouth, Hebron, and Holderness, Grafton County, District 8, and I am here as a co-sponsor of this bill. In preparation, I kind of walked down the shelf, the aisle where the supposed flushables are in my local supermarket. Some of them have a little tiny thing on them that has a picture of a toilet with a slash through it. Most of them did not, and some say right on them flushable. And it's really challenging for the people who haul septic, who clean septic systems, and who operate wastewater treatment plants, because these things do not biodegrade. They wreak havoc with homeowners' septic systems in rural areas like mine, and they wreak havoc with wastewater treatment plants, which ends up costing municipalities and even the state a lot of money when the wastewater treatment plants are not operating up to speed. One of the problems with banning flushables or saying you have to label them is the Commerce Clause, because most of these companies are not in New Hampshire. They are national, and we have to deal with, we can only regulate what is in our state as far as, mandating that they be labeled properly. I know DES is trying to do a good job. They've got little stickers you can put in public restrooms that say, no flushables kind of stuff. But, it's just an ongoing problem. And the reason for the commission is to, as Representative Bucco said, to get everybody to the table to really work on this and try to come to some kind of New Hampshire solution, which will help us with the situation. As far as committee versus commission, as Representative Dutsey spoke of, it's challenging either way, but a commission where everyone, when you have a committee, you can call individuals in, but when you have a commission, they're an active part of the commission, and always at all of the meetings, and there can be dialogue amongst the different groups, rather than 1 week we have BIA come in, the next week we have the septage haulers come in. So I think that's one big reason for the commission. And also, there isn't as much of a disconnect when we have an election in November of this year. If it's a committee, the whole committee could change, whereas a commission, you only have a couple of legislators changing, but the rest of the people are still active members. So I can take any questions, but I can take any questions.
Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. So is there any sort of industry or legal standard of what counts as flushable and what doesn't count as flushable?
Well, I have no idea. I mean, I looked at baby wipes online and in the supermarket. Some say do not flush and some give no indication. But the do not flush thing, as I said, is this little tiny circle. It's like the little recycling logo. And then some of them say in big letters, flushable. So it's challenging.
Okay, but you're not aware of any sort of standards?
No, I am not aware. Some other people who are going to testify probably are aware of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Dutsey.
Yes, I had a friend who used flushable wipes, and $500 later found out that they were not flushable.
Yeah.
When her toilet got clogged up on a Sunday. So even if there is labeled, how would we hold companies responsible for maybe mislabeling their products?
That's the reason for the commission. Thank you for your question, though. We don't have the answers right now.
And Representative.
Thank you for taking my question, and thank you, Madam Chair. Are there any numbers I can imagine on the costs of this for the municipal waste entities? but do we have any numbers as far as like what this costs every year for water districts to handle this problem?
I do not have that information, but I know there are people behind me. I believe they're signed up to speak. I hope they are.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
All right,
Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Perez.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me take, thank you for taking my question. This is not a question, but I just want to say I really appreciated you introducing and you co-sponsor this bill because it is critical. I always concerned about the way, the wipes and some of them, like another state representative said it before, they say disposable and a lot of times it, it's been issues with toilets and other, especially when you have a septic system. So I really appreciated that you introducing this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'd like to call next Ray Gordon, from representing New Hampshire DES.
Got some handouts.
Sure. Yeah, New Hampshire DES. Do you want the cards now or later? Okay, I'm sorry. Yep. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes. We'll just pass them around. I need to get one of these. Those are yours? Oh, okay. Okay, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you. My name is Ray Gordon. I work for the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services for over 25 years. For the majority of that time, I've worked for the Wastewater Engineering Bureau at DES, as well as I'm now stationed at the Franklin Wastewater Facility running the Winnipesaukee River Basin Program, which is a state-run wastewater treatment facility. So both in my present job and my former job, I've been dealing with wipes since 2013, and all of these products that are flushed down the drain, whether they should be or not. And one of the biggest problems is we're not quite sure what should be flushed down the drain and what shouldn't be. And I know I learned a lot myself when I was researching these topics. And you'll see going around just some of the impacts that happen to the wastewater plants because of that confusion that residents like yourself have when you are using one of these products. And you'll see 3 photos. One of them is from the city of Keene. One of them, and that's this one here. And it was in the newspaper, and you'll find hundreds and thousands of these photos from wastewater treatment facilities across the state and across the country. Even our own state-run wastewater facility, the Winnipesaukee River Basin Program, we have another photo that appeared in DES publications showing the impact of all of these wipes when they congeal and clog the sewer line and need to be removed by staff. And another situation, this is a pump that cost us $15,000 to repair because it was damaged when they were trying to remove the clog from the pump. So it's just 3 isolated examples that I could show in my very short time up here to show you the impacts of the problem. And just a real quick summary of what's happening. The wastewater systems were designed for toilet paper and your waste to go down the drain. They were built for those materials, and now we have all kinds of new products. This one's actually a mitten that you wear on your hand to wipe your butt. And if you try to rip it, you try to tear it, nothing is going to happen to it. It is like almost indestructible. And you would think, you know, you might not see them out there because they're quite expensive. That's $20 on Amazon for this package. But they're finding them in the sewers of Nashua. That's the only place so far that I've heard that they have found these particular wipes. But they're combined with all kinds of other things. Lysol wipes, Preparation H, Summer's Eve, traditional baby wipes. And if you look at the packaging of all of these, it's crazy. You can't tell which one should be flushed, not flushed. Even some of them say they should be flushed. But this particular product, I learned at a training session the weekend that it was introduced, clogged all the pump stations in the town where it was first introduced. So what we've done as an industry in wastewater, a lot of the facilities have installed grinders over the year at a cost, anywhere from maybe $5,000 to $15,000 per grinder. And the level of wipes and other products just keeps increasing. Now we're all looking at adding screens to our wastewater treatment system so that out in the collection system, these screens can pick up, pull the materials out, and actually remove it before it gets to the wastewater treatment facility. Right now, our Winnipesaukee River Basin Program wastewater treatment plant has a screen at the treatment plant, and it removes most of the material, but we're in process of anywhere for around $180,000 for just the equipment alone, trying to work it into our budgets that our staff could then install those screens out in the 60 miles of collection system so that they don't cause problem in the sewer lines. So that's just a quick overview of the topic, and that's why DES really supports a commission. To answer your question about the standards, there are some voluntary standards that have been adopted by the wipes manufacturers to show whether things are flushable or not, but nothing is enforceable. And those standards have labels here that you could see that show do not flush, and then they have a symbol that should be used on everything that truly is flushable and passes those standards. And I think there's actually two sets of standards, and I think if we do have a commission, we should study which standards maybe are better to implement, learn more about these products, and what we could do to hopefully make them enforceable. But DES strongly supports the standards to at least start to engage those topics. And with that, I could answer any other questions you might have.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
I did have one question. You had stated that, I think you had mentioned $180,000. Is that per screen, or is that just for the purchase of the screen and the labor? Or?
Yeah, so what these are, it's $180,000 for a large bar screen. It's a mechanical thing that rotates and moves, goes down into the wastewater, pulls the wipes back up and puts it in a trash can, and then the trash can be hauled off as solid waste, because all of these products should be, that are not truly flushable, should be disposed of as solid waste. So for our size system, it's $180,000. You get a bigger pipe, it could cost more. You get a smaller pipe, it could cost less, but that's the quote I have in-house for a piece of equipment.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Mola.
Hi there, thank you. Do you know of any other states that have some examples to show if they've taken the lead on this?
Yeah, and in fact, these materials here are removed from a display I have from the state of Maine. They were the leaders in the region, and we learned a lot from them. And because of that, we developed the New Hampshire What's Flushable campaign. And basically, our message has been, do not flush anything but human waste in toilet paper because of the confusion. It'd be nice if we, could help people know what is truly flushable and not. Other states that are leaders, California, Washington, Indiana, there's a few others too. But there's a handful, you can count them on two hands that are working on these issues at the moment. And at least one, maybe two states have actually passed labeling legislation already as well.
And follow on, please.
Sure, go ahead.
Do you know what states may have passed labeling legislation? The reason I'm asking is because I'm just curious of how that works when you have a product that is obviously shipped all over to every state.
Yeah.
How you are labeling that for your state.
Yep. So Washington State was the first one to implement it, and the Association of Non-Woven Manufacturers, who developed the flushability standards, were a key in helping and supporting the legislation. And we've actually been having conversations recently with the industry, because what it is, it's their standards that the states are enforcing. So because they want a level playing field for their, their members as far as when they sell products, because they know they're getting a bad rap. You know, you have a good product, like this one here, that is probably the most flushable product on the market. But when we're telling people not to flush anything, there's a huge incentive to the industry to have a standard that's enforceable, that's standard across multiple states, or hopefully every state eventually, so the consumers know what to buy and not to buy and how to properly dispose of it.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee?
Yeah, and I can answer one of the previous questions, if I may.
Sure.
Somebody asked the approximate cost to a utility. There's a national organization that did a study, and they came up about $30,000 per utility. So you could pick, a larger utility might be more, a smaller one might be a little less, but the results of their study was $30,000 additional costs a year due to these materials at the moment.
Representative Dotsie.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. Does DES see any cost involved in terms of enforcement if a law should become, if a bill should become law?
Yeah, it depends on what the law would be and how it would be and who would enforce it. I can't answer that question right now. I need more information.
Okay, but if there's an enforcement part of the bill, DES would most likely be charged with that. Is that correct?
I can't answer that at the moment either, because I heard there was another agency that might get involved with labeling of products, and I just connected with one of the wastewater operators at another facility, and I think that would take more exploration as well to determine who, the best agency for enforcement would be, and all of that. So, I mean, there would be a cost for staff time to go out and do it if DES was chosen and, we were the lead agency on that. But without knowing what the legislation would read, we want to just study it and come up with some good recommendations at the moment.
Thank you. Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. We asked this question of a couple of the representatives, but as someone who would potentially be on the commission, if it's a commission, and testifying before a committee, if it were a committee, what do you see as the advantages or disadvantages of doing this as a commission or a
being the commission that I could serve on as a member, all this material is part of an hour display that I go around educating wastewater people all around the state, and I would love to really make sure the members of the group really understand the issue and that I can get my information out, and I could learn from others as well to more fully understand the issue, because it does get quite complex actually when you get down into it with all these different products and labeling and what is good for a sewer system, what is good for a pump, what's good for a septic system. So, to have some time to examine it, we as DES fully support the legislation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? No? Okay. Thank you so much for bringing those visuals. It's really helpful. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, next up we will have Larry, Masnick. Sorry if I get the name wrong. And he represents New Hampshire Ash, or NHASH. Welcome.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson Pearl. My name's Larry Masnick. I am representing the New Hampshire Association of Septic Haulers, of which I am the active president of right now. I'm going to read the letter that Nash had drafted for this hearing. The membership of New Hampshire Association of Septic Haulers feels quite passionate about the subject of flushable wipes and the havoc that they cause in the municipality wastewater collection system and treatment plants and in private septic systems. Or can we say in many wastewater systems and many septic systems? Although the unfortunate situation of a septic backup for the average homeowner often results in emergency to their local septic pumper, as a group, we recognize the more important damage and loss it creates. We know that backups can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to an average homeowner, but can cost millions to a municipality. Which, of course, we all know ultimately that the kind of expense gets passed through to the paying sewer users, both commercial and residential. Not to mention the environmental impacts and unhealthy circumstances as well. We've all seen the photos of the big cities of these super clogs and monstrous proporties. The cause is real. Nash members would like to log our support for what HB 1134 seeks to do. Establishing a study committee to come forward with a more effective way of educating the more of the general public, either sewered or septic, to combat around our state and or assist in more national effort. I know this committee would be a great way to get all these supportive organizations to the table to collectively further research what steps other states have taken. Perhaps other states' success can add or aid in how New Hampshire can develop a successful outreach program to our residents and tourists to the respect of what not to flush mentality. We look forward to being a named part of this discussion and willing to assist in any way we can.
Thank you. That's it?
That's all.
All right. Any questions for Mr. Masnick? Yes, Representative Bixby.
So you mentioned the cost of a backup in a homeowner system and backup in a municipal system. Is there an issue when you have pumped a system or in the process of pumping a septic tank or in the process of taking that septic tank to waste to disposal? Are there further issues involved in that?
Further issues, Representative Bixby, I had one, I have many war stories about this. I can go on, I don't want to tie you folks up forever, but I had one in Bedford, New Hampshire, this past spring. I went out to the ladies' septic tank. A septic tank is, if you think of it, it's just to capture the solids. Okay, it's supposed to separate the solids from the wastewater, the gray water. Her tank was so bunged up with these things. She had 2 daughters herself. I couldn't break the wipes apart. I also carry on my truck it's a crust buster. It looks like an ice auger with a prop on the end, and I could not get through this. I had to have her go to Bellamore Septic and drain. They do the drains on the sides of the highways. It is a very expensive unit, but her retort to me was, they all say they're flushable. That cost her some money, what happens is it clogs in there so hard, water can't go out that outlet baffle, and it just backs into the homes. I've been on many occasions with AAA Pump out of Manchester through Nashua and Manchester. These pump stations, like Ray was alluding to, they have the main screeds at the municipality, the wastewater treatment plant. But these neighborhoods that have these pump stations here and there all spread out, probably all over Concord also. These get backed up, and then the effluent, the sewage is coming out onto the street, right out of the manhole covers. I've seen them where there's so much pressure, it pops the cover right off the thing, and the water's just bubbling out by the time I get there. Our pump trucks, we just empty out this pump station so the guys can get down there and work on it, and then we got to stay there to take the oncoming sewers until they get those pumps cleared. And they pull these pumps out, and they're so wrapped up with these wipes, sometimes it burns the pumps out. Even though these pumps are designed with thrashing impellers on them to cut through this type of stuff, it still doesn't do the job.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for letting me speak.
Next up, we have Sheila Connolly from the New Hampshire Water Pollution Control Association. She needs 3 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you for taking the time.
Good morning.
So, as you've heard in just this teeny bit, it's complicated. There's not an easy answer here. And we originally, when we thought about asking Representative Bucco to introduce legislation, we were thinking we would actually introduce language for labeling. And it became apparent very quickly that we were probably stepping outside of our bounds relative to the Commerce Clause. So we said, all right, let's have a commission and let's figure this out, because the wastewater treatment plants are just buried. The pandemic hasn't helped because there's so many people using these wipes on everything. So I volunteer for the New Hampshire Water Pollution Control Association. I've been a member for all of my professional life. Usually I'm here before you're talking about biosolids, because I'm a land application company here in New Hampshire and in the Northeast. But my time on this association, I have to also think about the impact to our industry, and this is just at a tipping point. We can't keep up with it anymore. Ray mentioned that we're also looking at the national level with an organization called INDA, and that is sort of looking at labeling across the whole country. So we want to mirror and build on what's happening in other parts of the country and at the federal level with legislation. So I would just end with, please support this commission. I do think it's very important. The members that we've put together all bring different stories, the New Hampshire Municipal Association, the BIA, our group, Rural State. So all of these folks have a vested interest and a lot of information to bring, but it's going to take some time. It is complicated. And if I could just have one mission in life, it would be the 3 Ps. That's all you flush. Pee, poop, and paper. That's not reality. We got a lot of work to do, and I hope you will support this study commission.
Thank you. Will you take questions?
Yes.
Representative Aaron?
Thank you, and thank you so much for your testimony today. My question is, labeling is great, a great idea, a great place to start. What would you foresee possibly to do in the way of public education?
Yes.
Because that's a big key too. I mean, it's one thing for you to see something on a label, but what's your thoughts on that?
So that's part of it, and that's part of what the legislation looks to do, is to figure out better ways for DES and its partners to do public education and outreach. Ray Gordon has actually done a ton of it for years, but the wipes piece has grown exponentially. It is a billion-dollar business, and that's really what it's coming to. So between wipes and fat, when people put grease down the drain, we literally get fatbergs, and it's the grease congealing with all the wipes. It's incredible. So this is not a single answer. It's a many-pronged approach, but this is an important place for the conversation to start and raise the level of concern, and the legislature is the place to do it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions?
Thank you for your time.
Seeing none, thanks. All right, our final card that I have is Christina Dublin from the Surfrider Foundation, New Hampshire chapter, and she's requesting 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Pearl, Vice Chair Aaron, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Christina Dubin. I live in Portsmouth, and I'm here today as a volunteer from the Surfrider Foundation New Hampshire chapter to speak in strong support of HB 1134. Our foundation is an activist network dedicated to the protection and enjoyment of the world's oceans, waves, and beaches for all people by engaging in plastic reduction, ocean protection, beach access, coastal preservation, and clean water efforts. So our chapter's beach cleanup data demonstrates that throughout the continuing pandemic, consumers have significantly increased the use of disposable wipes, as you've heard. We find them littered on our beaches and waterways at rates much higher than in pre-pandemic times, but we know that this problem is more than what we're seeing on the beaches. Mislabeled wipes are being contested by wastewater officials and plaintiffs who have brought class action lawsuits against wipe manufacturers. Flushing products other than toilet paper can cause sewers, wastewater treatment plants, and septic systems to fail because these systems, as it's been said, were not designed to handle these materials. And these failures result in costly repairs for homeowners, businesses, municipalities, and the state. New York City has spent more than $18 million over 5 years to repair equipment and problems because of this very issue. Additionally, the discharges from overflow can cause raw and partially treated sewage to seep into our coastal watersheds, polluting local waterways and putting drinking water and public health at risk. Many misleadingly labeled flushable products also contain plastic fibers, which can break down into microplastics. And ultimately, these end up in the environment because sanitation facilities and septic systems cannot remove them. And the problem is getting so bad that the EPA issued an announcement reinforcing the importance of only flushing toilet paper down the toilet. Current attempts at public education and voluntary manufacturer labeling are just not working. Inconsistencies and mislabeling have clearly led to mass confusion about what's flushable and what is not. And this is why several states have started taking action. The state of Washington passed a law in March 2020 that requires do not flush logos on non-flushable wipes, and similar bills have surfaced in California and Minnesota. But this problem, as we've heard, is not just out west, it's in New England, and it's here in New Hampshire. And it's an issue that needs our protection to protect our watersheds, our wastewater systems, and our pockets. So we urge you to vote this favorably out of committee to help New Hampshire just study this labeling issue and its direct impacts to our state. I did submit, my regional chair, Melissa Gates, did submit written testimony that has citations and more in-depth information. And I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Dubin? I think you're going to have an easy time on the questions.
Yes.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on House Bill 1134? All right, seeing none, could we pass the blue sheet up? Okay, we have 4 people signed in, all in favor. With that, I will close the hearing on House Bill 1134. We'll open up House Bill 1420 in about 5 minutes at 10:45. Ready to go? All right, being 11:45, we are going to open up House Bill 1420, prohibiting the issuance of new landfill. Excuse me. Being 10:45, not 11:45. We're going to open up House Bill 1420, prohibiting the issuance of new landfill permits until the state solid waste plan is updated, and I will call on Representative Massimilla to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, esteemed colleagues. For the record, I am Representative Linda Massimilla, and I represent Grafton 1. Among U.S. states, New Hampshire is the 5th smallest state geographically. And yet, since 2015, between 46 and 50% of our landfill waste comes from out of state, which then reduces New Hampshire's capacity for in-state waste. So House Bill 1420 may help to address problems like this by updating our state's solid waste management plan. Let me give you a brief timeline. 1996, New Hampshire revised the state solid waste management law, to expressly state that it is the purpose of the law to, quote, protect human health, to preserve the natural environment, and conserve precious and dwindling natural resources through the proper and integrated management of solid waste, end quote. 2003 RSA 149-M:29 said mandatory duties for New Hampshire, mandatory duties for New Hampshire's Department of Environmental Services, which was to publish a state solid waste plan every 6 years for use in guiding its review of permit applications and permit-making decisions. New Hampshire DES last prepared a state solid waste plan in 2003 and has not been in compliance with RSA 149-M:29 for 18 years because, as DES cited, they are understaffed, underfunded, and I would assume when a workload is high and overwhelming, strategic planning is a low priority. And a personal side, I think maybe as legislators, we should look at helping DES with funding and with staffing, since they are so overwhelmed. In 2021, the legislature acknowledged the importance of a solid waste plan by amending the new law with HB 413, requiring DES to publish an update plan with the help of the newly formed New Hampshire Solid Waste Working Group. That decision reflected a clear understanding that a current, updated solid waste plan is important to the department's ability to carry out the requirements, the policies, and the objectives of the solid waste management law, which serves to guide New Hampshire DES through its permitting process for landfill capacity. The revised waste reduction goals, as stated in House Bill 413, require the reduction of the quantity of solid waste disposed by 20%, 25% in the year 2030, and by 45% in the year 2050. New Hampshire DES last prepared a state solid waste plan in 2003. And it has not been in compliance, as I mentioned before. With an outdated solid waste plan, there have been some resulting consequences. The state has failed to achieve its waste reduction goals. And according to New Hampshire Business Review in a 2020 report, waste disposal in New Hampshire increased 21% since 2015. The state has been unable to transition away from landfilling to statutorily preferred methods, such as source reduction, reuse, recycling, and incineration. So, why is updating important? Because solid waste capacity needs change as a function of population change, progress with recycling programs, consumer trends. It's also important because solid waste technology evolves. And lots of changes in the solid waste market and consumer preferences have surfaced since 2003. In conclusion, since DES recognizes that their plan is outdated and the Solid Waste Working Group is working on a solid waste plan, I see House Bill 1420 as a way to help jumpstart the process. Thank you.
Will you take any questions?
Sure.
Are there any questions for Rep. Mansamilla? Seeing none, I guess you won't have to.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, next up, we will have John Swan from Save Forest Lake, and he's requesting 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony. My name's John Swan. I'm the founder of Save Forest Lake. Kind of hate to say it, I'm sick and tired of coming before this committee. This is year 3 now in our fight to, in essence, not only stop an unnecessary, unwanted landfill up in the North Country, but since then, we've really paid a lot of attention to state solid waste policy and practice, and we see that there's a lot of flaws, a lot of shortcomings in what's taking place. I think that's why you're seeing today, and probably in the up and coming weeks, legislation, a lot of environmentally related legislation. It's all related, not only solid waste, recycling, PFAS. I mean, basically, landfilling is at the bottom of the solid waste hierarchy, and for good reason. And so House Bill 1420, which I support, and I urge you to support it as ought to pass as amended, because we are seeking to prevent or prohibit New Hampshire DES from permitting a new landfill, which again would be at the bottom of the waste hierarchy, and for good reason. Why permit a potential mistake with the Solid Waste Working Group updating the solid waste plan, which, as Representative Massimilla stated, is outdated. It's expired. 2003. It's expired, out of date as of 2010. So I ask you this, what other entity in New Hampshire is allowed to, in essence, be exempted from the state RSAs that require it to update its licensing every 6 years? DES has opted not to. Instead, they've chosen to focus on permitting and regulation. And admittedly, they're understaffed, under-budgeted. But at the same time, why should they be allowed to issue a new landfill permit which could run contrary to the waste diversion goals of our state? That's why we're here. That's why you're going to hear about a bottle bill later on. Again, we've met with our legislators to propose legislation to help you. I've spent 3 years every day. This is my full-time job, just researching and reading, going through DES One Stop. I mean, I do this. I've been to all the solid waste working group meetings. I go to the Waste Management Council meetings because I want to educate myself on what's going on in the state and how we can help protect our natural environment, our precious resources from being further exploited, particularly by out-of-state companies that plague our state with incoming out-of-state trash. So I'm not going to belabor the point. All I'm asking you to do is support House Bill 1420 as amended, because we are excluding, despite the language of OLS and DES, we don't feel expansions of existing landfills should apply. We're not here to cause disruptions in solid waste matters, but we want to help address problems and shortcomings. And right now, the state solid waste plan, which is a roadmap, it's a roadmap to guide DES in determining public benefit for new landfills until the state solid waste plan is updated, whether it's in 2022, which I don't believe is going to happen because solid waste working groups got a lot of work ahead of them if that's going to happen, but by 2026. So why allow DES to permit a mistake that our state's going to have to live with? And it's not only in Dalton, it could be wherever Waste Management chooses its next landfill. Because look at us today, it's deja vu all over again. These problems were brought forth in the 90s and early 2000, and guess what? Here we are all over again, doing it again. So please, all we're asking for is a new paragraph in RSA 149M, just basically requiring DES or prohibiting DES from permitting a new landfill until the solid waste plan has been updated and is consistent with the requirements of RSA 149M29. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Will you take any questions?
I definitely will.
Are there any questions for Mr. Swan? Representative Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you believe that this bill will help us to hit the goal, the 30-30 goal, to conserve land, 30% of land and 30% of water by 2030?
Well, I say if the waste plan is not updated, definitely not. So I believe that, look at the 2003 solid waste plan. It has not met those goals of 40% waste reduction for the state. In fact, waste has increased, both within the state generated waste and out-of-state waste coming into our borders. We have a trash problem. So I would say this would help at least put DES on notice that they can't allow this to not be updated for another 20 years or however many years it's going to be. The solid waste working group now is calling for, according to House Bill 413, a 10-year period to update the waste plan. But as stated previously, the waste plan is a roadmap. This is like taking a road trip across the country with a GPS from 2003 that hasn't been updated. Would you feel pretty confident in taking that trip? I mean, it's a roadmap. So to answer your question, I'd say this would help.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Swan? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Wayne Morrison from NCABC, and he's asking for 5 minutes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My testimony was submitted electronically. I have hard copies here if anybody wants them, but it's already been submitted. Good morning, Chairman Pearl and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. For the record, my name is Wayne Morrison, and I'm a resident of Whitefield. And I'm also here today as president of North Country Alliance for Balanced Change to speak in support of House Bill 1420. NCABC is a grassroots, nonprofit organization whose mission is balancing the natural resources and economic interests in New Hampshire's North Country. It is through that advocacy work that we have recognized the urgent need for solid waste reform to protect the health, safety, and environmental interests of citizens not only in the North Country, but throughout the state. We believe House Bill 1420 is a smart, simple, and common sense bill that prohibits the issuance of permits for any newly constructed landfills until the state's solid waste plan has been updated. Last year, the House took the critically important step of passing House Bill 413, establishing a solid waste working group and creating clear and measurable solid waste reduction goals. The Solid Waste Working Group is also chartered with assisting DES in updating the state's solid waste plan. As you well know, Chairman Pearl, that work is now in process. The reason why House Bill 1420 is needed is that the state has operated without benefit of an updated plan for nearly 2 decades. In the absence of an updated plan, there have been consequences. Clear and measurable waste reduction goals have not been established or monitored, nor have metrics been available to drive corrective actions or modification to the state's permitting and regulatory policies. In the absence of a current plan, the state has not realized the potential of implementing policies that more fully support the solid waste hierarchy, thus reducing the reliance on landfilling in favor of more desirable practices such as source reduction, recycling and reuse, and composting. To our detriment, landfilling remains today the de facto standard. The lack of an updated solid waste plan has also contributed greatly to the state's lagging position relative to its New England neighbors. While other states have tightened regulations, closed landfills, and reduced landfill capacity, New Hampshire has become a more favored destination for importing their out-of-state trash. Without an updated plan and a coherent strategy, this trend is only likely to accelerate. To the extent that there is a landfill capacity pressure in New Hampshire, it is in large measure driven by the importation of out-of-state trash that now consumes nearly 50% of our available landfill capacity. A landfill permit is a generational decision with enormous health, safety, and environmental impacts and risks for decades to come. Landfills are never a one and done, and once started, there is inevitably going to be expansions. For example, the landfill proposed in Dalton would have about a 38-year life. The expectations would be, beyond that life, there would be expansions. We could be living, in a hypothetical example, for the next century with a decision that would be permitted without the benefit of a solid waste plan. Certainly such a decision of such magnitude should be made in the context of the latest plans, goals, and objectives at the state's disposal. We urge you to support and pass House Bill 1420 to ensure the state's permitting and regulatory policies will reflect the state's updated solid waste plans and goals before permits of newly constructed landfills are issued. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to provide testimony today, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes.
I was reviewing the solid waste plan of 2003 last night, and I was amazed at the fact that almost none of it has been implemented. I thought it was a very good plan. I see things like number 2, manufacturers must subscribe to product stewardship and take responsibility for their role in source reduction, which is what we've talked about today. I see things that there was a 40% goal of source reduction in 2000, and we didn't even meet it then. It was by 24%. So my question is if we have a plan from 2003 that could really be used in 2022, what makes us think that having a new plan is going to make any difference in terms of what the Department of Environmental Services actually does? Because this plan apparently wasn't followed.
Yeah, I should start, thank you for the question. I should start by saying we're not here to point a finger at the state, at DES, at any individuals. We recognize there's a problem, and there's a bunch of contributors to that problem. We come here prepared to work with the committee, recognizing that this problem existed back in 2003, and it has only gotten worse. My understanding, part of the reason that it wasn't implemented is there was difficulties in actually quantifying the metrics, how you came up with the 40% reduction. Part of House Bill 413 made it much more easy to recognize what we're going to reduce by 30% by a certain year, the total amount of waste. And therefore, I think in any business, I spent a 40-year career working for large companies in the technology field. Somebody asked earlier, you know, how not only how would this work, but you know, what's the importance of a plan? Well, it may or not work, but we know if you don't start the working group grappling with the problem, coming up with priorities, trying to establish critical things that we need to focus on, is the first step in a lot of things that we have to do. The fact that the plan was put into law and then basically ignored for 2 decades says it wasn't a priority to anybody. Nobody pushed back on, you know, I don't know who shot who. We're not here for that. All I know is the start of getting well is get a new plan updated, commit to it, and in any activity, have us be accountable for the results and use the data that we get to make mid-course corrections and try and see if we can reverse some of the trends that as a state and as citizens in the state, we clearly do not like. We don't like where we are. Let's work on how do we get to a better place. And that's what we think the first step is, getting this bill passed and getting focus and taking the good work that's going to be done by the working committee and trying to put it into place and start from there.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, we thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Next, we will call on Fred Anderson, who's representing himself, and he's looking for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Pearl. And thank you, members of the committee, for this opportunity to give testimony on 1420 as I urge you to vote ought to pass. I'm highly encouraged by the way the state legislature is responding to the need for stronger action requiring reduction and management of waste in the state, especially establishing criteria for the safe and proper siting of future landfills. 3 years ago, I knew very little bit about trash. I attended the very same meeting that many of you went to that was put on by the legislature to familiarize you with what the problems were. For the last 3 years, I've been meeting before you to talk about this. It began with a landfill in Dalton, and we all learned this is about far more than a landfill in Dalton. This is about a real crisis in the state of New Hampshire. The state's current waste management plan is woefully out of date, as we've all said, delinquent for some 19 years. We're not here to beat up on anyone about that. We're here to say somebody needs to be ringing the fire bell. It's a little bit like deciding you have to have surgery and going to a surgeon who hasn't had his license renewed in 19 years. Why would you do that? Or perhaps an analogy that's a little bit more appropriate is trying to deal with COVID-19 with 2003 medical standards. So we're urging you to bring forth this, to begin the process of creating a plan for the state that will begin to address our problems. it's something everyone is now aware of. A group of us were talking about this the other day, and where we started, most folks thought, oh, this is just a not in my backyard issue. Well, you know what? The whole state is our backyard, and we need to take care of it. And to Representative Duffy, your question, I think until somebody shuts down the process, nobody's going to start paying attention. I worked in another field for years and not for profit, and I found out that committees would study things to death. Kick the can down the road. You have to put some kind of a barrier in the way for people to make decisions. And so we're depending upon you to help us do that. We're depending upon you to represent the people of this state in terms of dealing with this crisis. So we urge you, vote yes on this bill. And thank you for your attention, and most of all, thank you for your service to the people of New Hampshire. I'll be glad to take questions, sir.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Anderson? Seeing none?
Thank you
for coming in today. Next up, we'll have Bob Magnuson from Waste Management.
Well, good morning. My name is Bob Magnuson. I'm a lifelong resident of New Hampshire, and I've worked for Waste Management for about over the last 26 years, primarily in New England, Massachusetts, and more recently for the last 10 years or so in New Hampshire. Waste Management operates, we do operate a landfill in Rochester, New Hampshire, as well as a number of other supporting operations, including waste collection, transportation, recycling, that support many thousands of customers in New Hampshire. I'm here today to speak in opposition of this bill, this proposed bill as it's written. We do support the update that's been talked about. That is a roadmap and a guide. Those are some of the words that have been used, and those are certainly need to be remembered as whenever you go through a process like this. There are definitely many, many factors that play into this. We never advocate absolute interruption of services because that can have tremendous impacts on a whole variety of things, from public health to obviously the economy. As I read this talks about an act prohibiting the issuance of new landfill permits under the state's solid waste until the state solid waste plan is updated. Please keep in mind that existing landfills are regularly obtaining new permits. A landfill is built in phases, much like, say, a residential subdivision might be constructed over a number of years in a number of phases. Landfills are constructed and operated in the same way. So anything that interrupts that regular permitting, which many facilities, our facility for one, as well as I'm sure other facilities in New Hampshire are obtaining new permits on a regular basis. And there's some, the way that is read, the way that it's written is some concern for us. It seems like this is directed at landfills, specifically new landfills, but within the text of the proposed language, it uses the term facility, which by definition in the statute and the solid waste regulations, that can include other solid waste facilities as well, transfer stations, recycling facilities, composting facilities, and other alternative technology facilities. So again, while this appears to be directed towards the landfills, towards new landfills, there is, I pulled the sentence out of the proposed House Bill 1454 that would be acceptable to us, that would be tied into this. That sentence reads, "Nothing in this paragraph shall be construed to prohibit the expansion of any landfills that are in operation at the time this act takes effect." And again, that was, I pulled that out of House Bill 1454 as it's drafted right now, which is going to be heard later today. So with that, that's all the testimony that I had today. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Representative Bixby.
Okay. Thank you for taking my question. The prime sponsor of this bill has done an amendment that changes the wording from new permit for construction of a new facility to permit for the construction of a new landfill, excluding the expansion of existing landfills. So would you be in favor of that change?
Yeah, I think I would have to see that in its entirety. I think I
Okay.
follow what you're saying, but I haven't seen that as you described it.
Essentially a change of one word, and I have a copy of it here, so.
Well, perhaps we'll let Mr. Magnuson have a chance to read and digest that before we try and put him to a position. Are there any further questions for Mr. Magnuson? From the committee? Well, we'll give you an opportunity to take a look at that, and you can, perhaps, unless there's something you want to say right away.
Yeah, I would think my only comment would be is this would need to be followed through to see how this links and continues down within the RSA 149M29 as it's mentioned. You need to be careful to avoid kind of this do loop type of thing where you do this before that, but you can't do this before that, and you haven't really accomplished anything. So I guess I would reserve whether that would be acceptable. I would need to kind of follow that through to the rest of the RSA to see how that fits in.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Michael Fowler from the town of Meredith, looking for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, member of the committee. My name is Michael Fowler. I'm the Public Works Director in the town of Meredith. Been there 24 years. As part of the New Hampshire-Vermont Solid Waste Project, which dissolved in 2007. Sat on the executive committee, executive board for Northeast Resource Recovery Association. Was the vice president for a few years. I'm in opposition of the bill the way it's written. I did hear that we have an amendment on the floor. I understand how that is going. I'm here to speak specifically as our transfer station in Meredith. The way the bill is currently written, if I need to amend that permit or do something different, I feel that this would restrict us. I understand there was legislation back in 2003 to create DES, have New Hampshire DES come up with a new plan every 6 years. I can't speak to that either, but I do know there's been legislation passed and things haven't been followed. If there was some sort of, we as a municipality, our hands are tied, we get the trash, I have to deal with it. When I took over in '97, we were doing about $65,000 a year in recyclables. I boosted that in the early 2000s, close to 400,000. Right now, it's back down. I'm barely making any money because of transportation costs. Recyclable markets have tanked. It's getting harder and harder to find the end game to move it. That's the real question. What are we going to do with it when we get it? I find that being extremely difficult, and I've scratched my head for 24 years, and it's gotten real bad. This 40% reduction that we're looking at by 2030 or whenever the dates were, I don't have it written down, but I can tell you in the 24 years, Meredith and Center Harbor and the Lakes region have grown immensely, especially in the last 18 months. 65% predominantly second homes. To see lights on in January, February, 24/7, where those houses were barely used 3 weeks a year. Everyone's up here. They don't take their trash home. They drop it off at our facility. My trash is up 25, 30%. Mixed paper, I was getting $38 a ton 5 years ago. It was costing me $100 2 years ago to get rid of it. What do? We have to deal with it. Once it comes to our facility, we have to deal with it. I understand the North Country is faced with some difficult challenges. I have compassion for that. I'm not here to talk what they need to do on that. I understand this might be an avenue to help, but I think if there can be tailored where municipal landfills or transfer facilities that are currently running are exempted, I don't know if it's the right thing to do to tie it and put it all on New Hampshire DES's back. I don't know what the right answer is, but I do know I have to manage the trash that comes into my facility daily. We're open 6 days a week. I have to get it somewhere. So I leave you with that. I thank the board and the committee here for allowing me to speak for my testimony.
Will you take any questions?
Sure.
Are there any questions for Mr. Waller? Representative Dutsey.
I've heard that argument before regarding recycling and that the revenue stream isn't there like it used to be, you know, in years past. But do people in your position ever consider the opportunity cost of not recycling? In other words, if you don't recycle, okay, even if you have to pay to get rid of it, you still have to do something. It doesn't evaporate. You still have to do something with it. And because landfills are so huge, I've seen the landfill expansion that we have in Nashua. I mean, it covers my entire neighborhood. Isn't there a cost to that also?
Absolutely. With
Do you
every,
ever take that into consideration, though?
we have, but back even prior to my start, the selectmen opted to run a transfer facility, and there's a town ordinance that requires 100% mandatory recycling. We do not do curbside pickup. We have a facility that's run where it's user-based. You come in with your recyclables, you throw out your trash, you throw out your plastics, we recycle everything. And we market that. And we predominantly use Northeast Resource Recovery Association where we can to give them the business, as well as we do go through some local haulers. And I think we try to do as much local as we can to keep our local guys moving. With every action, there's a reaction, and it's just the way of life. We have to manage that, and to sit here and say we're not going to recycle, I look at it as if that is not going to the landfill and I can recycle it, and it's costing a little bit of money, it's not going into a landfill. So we're saving space. I'm saving space in New Hampshire. Our trash goes to New Hampshire. That's my goal, is to keep New Hampshire space allocated for New Hampshire. I think that's the way we should look at it. I know there's laws out there that prohibit certain intercommerce stuff, and I can't articulate those laws, but perhaps maybe we should start there and see what really needs to be done to maybe limit some trash coming in. I don't have those answers. I worry about what this is going to do to Meredith and Santa Harbor and possibly tie my hands, and that's what I'm concerned with. So, thank you. Thank you. New landfill instead of facility.
Representative Murray, you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to make the question. Hi, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a brief question. The New Hampshire legislature has recently been focused on composting regulations. What, if any, thoughts do you have around that as far as one avenue for waste reduction goal?
I think it's a great waste reduction. My wife and I did a project this summer, and we actually pulled all the house food waste out of our trash. We were diligent all summer, and it was amazing the amount of trash that was built up in compost. The problem that I see, and I don't have all the answers, but there was a gentleman in Maine, I think it's Elliot, that started a composting thing. Lives in New Hampshire, but started it in Maine because Maine's laws are far less restrictive on the composting than it is in New Hampshire. I think we really need to take a look at if we're trying to do this and do waste reduction, we need to look at it all. And we need to look at what laws are in place prohibiting certain things. And maybe that needs to be relaxed. But I can tell you, New Hampshire isn't getting any smaller. There's more and more people coming. Tourism is going through the roof because people want clean and fresh air. They're leaving the cities. So what's that mean? More trash. So that 40% is based on 2000 numbers, or is it based on 2025 numbers? Because we're already 40% over what we were back then. But I totally believe composting is a helpful way to reduce municipal solid waste.
Sorry,
Thank you.
Representative Bixby. I didn't
Thank you
mind
for
on
taking
either.
my question. In 2015, we actually did change that law, and in just this fall, the Department of DES came out with a proposed rule for making it easier to deal with composting. And I'm not quite sure when that's going to be finalized, but it should be, I'm hoping it will be finalized fairly soon. Once that's in place, is composting something that your facility would be able to work with on a municipal level?
I think it's something we're going to have to consider. My problem is space, limited space. That's what I'm dealing with now. And then where do I take it? Once it comes into my facility, what do I do with it? It's great to say you need to compost, but what do I do with it? Same thing with glass. I mean, I was working with Northeast Resource Recovery. We were trying to find homes for glass. Right now, I was crushing it up. I was using it under my roads and gravels and drainage. Great use for it. Look at those laws with NHDES. That's pretty restrictive. So great use for it. What I think glass should be used for, great use for septic systems, depending the process. But that's a whole nother topic that we could spend hours on. But it's nice to hear that there has been some review of that law, and hopefully it's going to be less restrictive. And maybe we can get some people in the state to start doing some composting.
All right, well, we thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Rep. Pamola, could you send the blue sheet for this bill in this direction as we're going on to our last speaker? Next, we'll have Director Wimsatt from New Hampshire DES.
I'll just make a brief statement too, for anyone who has submitted or has given testimony and has not given me their paper copy, to please do so to Representative Homola. Thank you.
Good morning. Again, it's Mike Wimsatt. I serve as Director of the Waste Management Division for New Hampshire DES, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify on House Bill 1420. As before, I now have seen the proposed amendment that has been put forth, but my letter of testimony, which was shared electronically and is now being distributed on paper, is based on the original bill as introduced. So I'll be very brief, just so I can summarize that testimony. We're not taking a position on this bill. We did have a concern that we thought we should share with the committee. And that concern is largely in the introduced version of the bill, as others have suggested. The term new facility is a very broad term that would capture, I think, and I don't think it was the intent of the sponsor, that would capture any kind of facility, any new facility, whether it be a recycling facility or a transfer station or a compost facility. And we do actually have a couple of pending applications in that category. We would likely make a decision on before October 1 of 22, which is the deadline for completing a new state solid waste plan. So if this were to pass as introduced, it would have an impact. We would be unable to approve permits for those facilities. It is also the case that a new facility includes an expansion of an existing landfill, as has been discussed. So I'll leave that, since that's been discussed at some length. First of all, I want to make it clear we have a responsibility to prepare an update to the state solid waste plan by October 1 of this year, and we intend to meet that deadline. So basically, if the new amendment were to be taken up by the committee and passed, essentially, as I understand this new amendment, it would only apply to new solid waste landfills, a greenfields development of a solid waste landfill. Again, I would expect that I fully anticipate we will have an updated state solid waste plan by October 1 of 2022, and we would expect to be able to render any decisions on any pending applications following that. It's looking quite a ways ahead. Assuming that that plan is approved in October, it would be in force for 10 years. It would not be due to be updated for 10 years under the law. I don't expect I'll be involved in this business at that time. However, if the department for some reason were unable to meet the deadline 10 years from now, it would create a situation where they would be unable to render a decision. There is a possibility, not knowing why that might happen or if that could happen, there would be a possibility that it could create a capacity problem 10 years out as a result of them not, under the provisions of this bill, as suggested, to be in a position not to render a decision. So that's just something I think for the committee to consider. Again, the agency is not taking a position on this bill, and I'll leave it at that. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director. Would you discuss a little bit some of the challenges that you've had with, we've had a lot of discussion about the waste reduction goals that weren't met. Perhaps I know,
Sure.
I sit on the solid waste working group, so I had the benefit of hearing some of this, but could you just maybe give the committee a little bit of background on some of the challenges that you had with as it relates to reporting and understanding exactly what you were receiving for waste and as far as attaining these goals?
Right. So the original reduction goal that was set out in the statute it goes back prior to 2000, and it essentially suggested that the goal should be to increase recycling rates to 40%, or diversion rates to 40% by the year 2000. That posed a couple of problems. One is that the agency, while it can do a lot of things through its permitting processes, it's not able to control exactly how waste is generated or managed in the state. That is something that, in essence, goes down to individual generators of the waste and whatever the market is providing for services. It also, the second part of the problem is it was very difficult to measure that, and it was not defined well. And depending on how you define it, I've seen very convincing arguments that we did achieve a 40% diversion rate. If you define it more stringently, there's convincing arguments that we never came close to it. So, and everywhere in between. So in the last couple sessions of the legislature, there was a lot of discussion about that, and and they've been discussed by others here, the new reduction goal was put in place. Senator Waters' bill established that, and that is a much more measurable and easier to confirm standard. And so those goals have been set looking into the future, and we would expect that our state solid waste plan will reflect on those and establish goals and plans to achieve those. But up until now, up until the time that bill was changed, or that law was changed, we were dealing with this 40% reduction goal, which was outdated because it was a goal that was set to be achieved, 20 years ago. I don't know if I've answered your question, but that's...
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted the committee to have the benefit of a little of the information that we had received at the working group.
Sure.
Are there any questions? Representative Bixby.
Yes, you mentioned that you were uncomfortable with the possibility that as we approach 2031, this law might create problems for permitting at that point. Would you, if we were to put in a sunset that would be triggered by the publication of the plan that's due out in October of this year, would that help resolve that issue?
Again, I'm not sure I said I was uncomfortable with it. I simply raised it to the committees to make sure the committee understood that as I read the bill, as DES interprets this, that's the impact that it would have.
Right. But if we put a sunset in, would that resolve that issue?
I think what it would mean then is that the bill would really only have effect for, the next 6 months.
Okay, unless, assuming that the plan goes in on time.
As I said, we intend to meet that deadline.
Okay. So, may I follow up?
Yes. Go ahead.
I had mentioned in a previous question whether that the composting regulations were in process. Could you update us on where those stand?
Sure, thank you for that question. Actually, those are slated to go before the Joint Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules go back to them in February. There were some concerns raised by the Office of Legislative Services, which were minor, and we're working those out, and we fully expect to be before the jail car in February.
Thank you.
Representative Mola.
Thank you. Hi there. I have one question for you. With regard to the solid waste plan, you had mentioned that it's potentially being drafted, or it's in process now, and you anticipate October. Is that correct?
That's correct. We have a clear directive to complete one by October 1 of this year. There's also a directive that the State Solid Waste Working Group, which has been convened by under Representative Ebel's bill starting this fall, we're working in earnest with them. They've already had 2 meetings. They've got another meeting in February, and we'll be taking input and working with that committee on the content, and we expect to meet the deadline.
Can I follow up? Who approves the plan, and generally, how long does it take for their approval?
There's no formal approval mechanism for the plan. Obviously, we're going to take a lot of guidance and input from the working group. It will essentially be a process where we will review that draft with the committee or with the working group, take public comment. We intend to take public comment on the plan, and then following review of that comment and any further committee input, we would publish the plan.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Representative Dutzy.
Thank you for taking my question. I'm looking at the 2003 Solid Waste Management Plan, and under Goal 4, it says, with the lifespan of existing landfill capacity estimated to last until 2012. And I was wondering if you could address that and why, what happened in the interim so that we didn't run out of landfill capacity in 2012.
Yes, that kind of language has been a pet peeve of mine ever since I started working in solid waste. I'm glad you asked the question. We have a requirement to do a public benefit determination under the statute whenever we review an application for a solid waste landfill. And under that, there are very specific provisions regarding determining, in order to make a positive public benefit determination, we need to determine that the proposed facility will meet some unmet capacity need. And in the process of doing that, we are really not allowed to look at or project new permitted capacity that will happen in the future. So what we do is we look at what is permitted right now and what's the operating life of those permitted facilities. And then for the purposes of public benefit determination, to say, okay, we have permitted capacity in this amount for this many years. And that's appropriate and the right way to do these public benefit determinations under the statute. But the reason it's a little bit of a pet peeve for me is that kind of language and discussion found its way into countless legislative testimony letters and reports like the state plan, and it's misleading because it makes it sound like, okay, after 2012 there will be no landfill capacity in the state, and we're all going to have to figure out something else to do with our trash. And of course that wasn't true, and as a result, I've tried to wash that kind of discussion from our communications with the legislature and with the public because it's misleading. It has a very specific purpose in the context of making a public benefit determination when we're making a permit decision, but it's not a good way to communicate with people about the current status of landfill capacity.
Thank you.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none. So that's all the cards that I have. Is there anyone else that wishes to testify? Seeing none, I'm going to read the blue sheet. We have 6 people responding, 4 opposed, 2 in favor. And with that, we will close the hearing on House Bill 1420. And we're going to open up the hearing on House Bill 1049, establishing a committee to study landfill siting criteria and methods for reducing pressure on landfill capacity. And I will call on Representative Aaron to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Pearl. And good morning, everyone. I'm introducing to you today House Bill 1049. This bill establishes a study committee to study landfill siting criteria. We all recognize that landfills are necessary and that do serve a great purpose in waste management in New Hampshire. Concerns about these landfills and the landfill siting process has been raised by many of our constituents. So it was felt that we must take a good hard look at the statutes and rules DES follows and incorporates into landfill siting process here in New Hampshire. We have had so much debate on this issue in the past few years over where landfills should or should not be placed that we really need to examine this topic in detail. We also need to take a good look at what we are putting in these landfills and how our current statutes and rules impact environmental concerns and the public good. Additionally, we need to examine how we can reduce the pressures placed on landfill capacity and how we can effectively deal with those pressures. All of these are legitimate concerns and will be addressed by this study committee. This is a bipartisan bill that makes good sense and will go a long way to set meaningful future legislative policy. I hope that we can pass this bill out of our committee with an OTP recommendation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions about what I've outlined in the bill.
Thank you, Representative. I'll have one I'll start with. So we've had several bills that we've heard already which seem to have similar, be along the similar lines of topic as to what your study committee that you're proposing. Would it be possible maybe that you would see some of the combining of some of these other bills and some of the information that we're looking for and there could be included in your study committee?
I think it would make perfect sense to do so.
Thank you. Any other questions for Representative Aaron? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We have one other card that has been sent forwards, which is Matt Leahy from the Forest Society asking for 2 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm Matt Leahy. I'm the Public Policy Director for the Forest Society. So we support House Bill 1049. The written testimony that's being handed out also references our support for the next bill you're going to hear, House Bill 1454. So, but I'll just be quick. You know, our interest in this bill really stems from the Forest Society's mission to protect the land, protect the landscapes in our state. And, we won't go into details, but obviously those resources, especially our water resources, forest resources, are really central to our economy, environmental health, and of course, the aesthetics in our state. So, we view, quite frankly, landfills as a really bad use of our land. And so, we do really strongly feel there's a need to look into, how our state is dealing with all this trash. Now, we also understand that, as our economy grows and, people are still moving into New Hampshire, maybe unlike other states, there's going to be a pressure, all this trash is still going to be generated. So, to us, just making this a priority, and by doing so, by passing this bill, we think is going to be very important to the kind of the long-term strategy about how we deal with all this trash that is going to be generated. So, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Leahy? Seeing none, thank you. We appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to testify on this bill? All right, I have the blue sheet here. We had 7 people sign in, 5 in support and 2 opposed. With that, we're going to close the hearing on House Bill 1049, and we will reconvene at 1 PM with House Bill 1454. Thank you.
Extemporaneous, wasn't it?
I know you've said it a million times, so it's easy.
Well, I wrote so many things down, I'm like, I'm not gonna be able to stay on script, so.
You know, I was thinking about, all these different situations. Can't we just get it all together?
So you got this guy complaining about class. You got this guy complaining about class and market fluctuation. Yeah, right. He's probably gonna come out against a policy.
Oh,
You know?
Our revenue in 2021 was over $29,000. So to say air recycling is.
What was it like in 2018?
Yeah, and I know we had to pay to send paper out, for funerals. But now part of it is like great, so. How was the COVID issue? Yeah, so.
It's, they're managing it, we're going to grab lunch.
I gotta go home and walk the dog, so I'm gonna watch some live. Wait for him, but you guys might wanna just go along.
Okay.
We can meet you. I'll meet you up there.
I'll shake hands with you, John. How are you? Nice to meet you. Great to meet you. Thanks for being here. We're going to eat lunch when we go.
Say hi to Jack.
Okay, I will do that.
All right,
Yeah,
thanks.
Cheers, bud.
I'm gonna grab my jacket, Johnny.
All right.
Are you bringing your stuff with you, or?
Just my top secret documents.
Yes, I hear that.
Wonderful. Yeah, okay. Excellent. We're down at the legislative office building, listening to proposed legislation. Environmental Nazi bullshit. Environmental what? Nazi bullshit. Yeah, there you go, environmental Nazi bullshit. I'm here with Rick. Net says hi. Net says hi. Hi, Net. She says you come south every day. You came south to expose yourself to COVID? This is the most I've been around people in a long, long time. There you go. No, you go down to Epsom every day, don't you? Five. Five, yeah. I didn't come down yesterday because of shitty weather. Right. Work days he comes down to Epsom. Oh. I don't know. Look at that. Some wipes right here, those dastardly things. You're doing what now? Hmm. Yeah, especially a nice day like this, you can actually catch up a little. Get moved. This is Rick Belanger from Ponderosa, and the lady called up, apparently there was duplicate checks sent out. Okay, thank you. Hey Dory, this is Rick Ponderosa. Just apply that to the next one, and I'll have them not send you up a check for the next one, so we'll start to get even back out. Right. I thought she said it was closed because it was nasty. Thank you, have a great day. Yeah, bye-bye. Okay, I guess. Wonderful.
left already with that container a while ago?
After 5 o'clock at night?
He's not there, so if they run into a problem, just call him up, and he'll tell you where to put it. He said right in the right time. All right?
Yeah.
Yeah, why? They're broken? That's bad news. Yeah, no, that's who I call. Now, also, just a quick one, because I know you got shit to do.
Broke around noontime, coming back at 1, and
Junior executives
down to the
paid
cafeteria on the bottom of
BDS, you know, the tire guys, twice.
and now we're back up here.
All right, and so what I did was I said the next invoice, because they just sent an invoice this last week, or maybe there's one right now, maybe I just gave you one today. Okay, so that one is now paid off and we got a little bit of credit. All righty?
She worked at other cafeterias.
Okay, bye-bye. Good luck.
There you go.
Probably could leave it right there, but the lady that takes care of that's right there. Isn't that good? Yeah. What's that? Right there. There's a presentation earlier.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay.
Oh, good. She said she used to work in that cafeteria downstairs. Oh, serious? Yeah. Back in the 80s. Really? Yeah. That was an odd. There was one, I think husband and wife team that did it for years and years and years. Yeah. And they put it out to bid. I don't know how that really worked. I guess the mother used to work in there or something. With a blind or something. I guess they did it. She said that the mother moved around with a big contract and all was in charge. Do you want a hand moving that table so you can plug your phone in?
I was looking, but I don't see anything.
Okay, you'd think they would be though. Peter, go over there and take a look and see if we can see it. What are we looking for? She needs to charge up her phone. Oh, boy. Oh, we're in trouble.
This was an old building, so I don't know.
It's gotta be something, though. Electricity's been around for a long time. Yeah, but that's the way the conservatives are not having the outlets available. This thing's gonna be plugged in somewhere. That one's got a wire that goes somewhere.
Right there.
Here it is.
Haha.
You got it? You want me to plug it in for her, Peter? Yeah. Keep them hidden. Well, we succeeded. Another victory. Oh, good. Gotta move down here. Are we gonna occupy the end? Yeah. You got your new perch? I like this. I like this. You get forward in that. Nice. be on his way back from Stratham, why not just? Yeah, okay, good enough. Are you taking it out empty or picking it up? Oh, is it full or empty? Okay. Yeah, 10-4, so you can go do that, right? Yeah, beautiful. Handle it. Yeah. Yeah, 10-4, very good. Very good, all right. Yeah, it happens, you know. Who knows, maybe there's more happening in there. Because for all of that stuff to come loose, it don't make no sense. You know what I mean? There's gotta be something else going on. My gosh, now, we gotta talk, figure out how you're gonna handle the road. I'm up in legislative hearings right now, been here all day, got one more to go. And figure out what's happening. Now, did Whitey saying this morning, I left before he came through? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that road is pretty gnarly. Of course it did, yeah, right. Okay, good job. Yep, all right. This is down in the Shaw's parking lot. A set of wheels were falling off. But they didn't fall off, thank God, right? Right. So are all the lug nuts loose or not? Well, he said the hub. Wrong one. He said, that the wheels are loose and the hub's loose. Doesn't make sense to have both hubs loose. Right. It's not like they were just in there either. Seem to be having an awful hard time with things. Maintenance details? Yeah, things just seem to be, lots of deals, you know? The other truck's coming in from Stratford, running right up there. He's doing less work than me, but 2 on the road. Is it a new truck altogether, or is it your, blue cab? No, he's still got that one for spare, it's not registered. Well, then what's the second truck? Because they're so busy, they feel they're gonna be so busy, they need 2 trucks. Right, what's the second truck? Oh, it's another Kenworth. Oh, that he bought? Yeah. It's one of, Indiana's. Yeah. The recycling, the green trucks. He bought it off the. So far, one's down in Massachusetts. Yep. Why not just put your blue one on? Because it wasn't good enough for them.
And then everybody's in agreement, they're on a good study group and all this kind of stuff that.
And,
But you know what?
he told me that the insurance company would insure it.
A really interesting question is why is EPS not doing anything worth they had?
Oh, well,
Said it's too old.
yeah, they kind of dropped the ball.
Why would you bullshit a bullshit?
No,
Representing EPS.
yeah.
It is what it is. Did you get what to pay for? One gets what one pays for.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I hear you. And we're never as long as we know.
Nope.
No, it's kind of training ground, but proving ground.
For the big show. Here, yeah. Good day.
Oh, yeah?
Clear the chair once.
Yeah. What's he doing over there now? See what he You have good ears, Maria.
Yes, I do.
What'd you say? I must have missed it. They do their work elsewhere. Oh. Maria, you need one of these. We definitely appreciate you. When?
Maybe in a couple weeks.
Nice, nice. Well, definitely let us know.
All set up in the wrong room.
Oh, you were? Sorry. Come have a seat.
I'd like to be a little further away.
Come and say hi. Have a seat. Look better. Sherry? Could you take Edith the pink card? Could you take Edith one of these pink cards?
I had Heather send me a copy of all the bills coming to our committee so I could put them in a binder before.
There you go.
She was so nice.
Can't believe it. Yeah, I think.
is there someone who hands out the testimony, or? Is there any left over?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd rather wait the minute. Oh, yeah, Mr. Bixby needs one too, probably. Oh, great, thank you.
Okay, we're going to open up House Bill 1454 relative to permits for the siting of landfills, and I will recognize Representative Tucker to introduce the bill. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the committee for most of you being here, or many of you being here. I'm Representative Edith Tucker, COAS 5. Tell me if I'm speaking too loudly or too close. I represent the towns of Whitefield, Jefferson, Carroll, and Randolph. Much of the science in my testimony reflects the knowledge and research of Dr. Adam Finkel, a resident of Dalton and former member of the EPA Science Advisory Board, and OSHA's chief scientist in both the Clinton and George W. Bush administrations. It also reflects the work of a bipartisan group of legislators and citizens who came together to address the concerns of those legislators who in our last session could not support HB 177, which was designed to prohibit a new landfill within 2 miles of a New Hampshire state park. I'm very pleased and proud to be able to introduce HB 1454 as an improved way to balance health and environmental protection with the economic and other concerns some of you brought up last year. I firmly believe that its passage this session would be a giant step forward for the Department of Environmental Services, significantly reducing its costly time commitment to new landfill projects that are quite obviously not environmentally sensible. And when I say that I would like to see this in this session, I do mean it, and I pledge to you that I and those who've worked with me are willing to work hard with a subcommittee or other meetings with the committee to work out the wrinkles that undoubtedly are in the bill, particularly in Section C. This bill is premised on one basic and indisputable fact. There are sensible places to site landfills and senseless places to site them. The bill requires one simple, inexpensive, and verifiable test at the beginning of the process that will reveal to an applicant, to DES, to New Hampshire citizens and communities, whether a particular site is or is not an environmentally safe, sensible place for the one new landfill New Hampshire might need over the next 40 to 50 years. The test involves digging a few holes, estimating the speed at which the groundwater flows at that site, and then siting the landfill so that it would take at least 5 years for any polluted groundwater to reach the nearest lake or river. This test is already part of the all completed applications submitted to DES, so HB 1454 creates no new burden for developers. It merely requires that the test be done at the outset. The bill would not require DES to permit every applicant whose proposed project does pass the 5-year test. Only that they don't have to spend time considering a whole application, which is a costly and lengthy process, after it failed this so-called entrance exam. HB 1454 does two simple things. First, it asserts that out of all the negatives of siting a landfill, noise, truck traffic, odors, dust, scavenger birds, by far the most serious is the essentially irreversible danger to water that our citizens drink, that our wildlife lives in and around, and on which our tourism economy here in New Hampshire depends. This bill is designed to protect our state's lakes and rivers all across the state. Last year, as you recall, there was belief that the previous bill was too directed at one area. We have taken that into account in the writing of this bill. Protecting them from pollution will also serve to protect the public and private wells on which those living near lakes and rivers depend. Second, it simply asserts that the best way to protect a lake or river from pollution is to site a landfill far enough away so that we have a 5-year window in which to detect, intercept, and stop any chemical or bacteria-related contamination before it reaches the precious water on which all life depends. It's inappropriate and dangerous to build a landfill where groundwater speeds away towards a lake or river. It is appropriate and safe to locate a landfill where groundwater happens to flow very, very slowly toward a lake or river. This bill merely says that an applicant or potential applicant should find out early on how close the nearest lake or river is to what they hope will be a potential landfill site, and whether groundwater in that area trickles away from that location or hurtles towards it rapidly. As House Environment and Agriculture Committee members know, groundwater can move as slowly as 1 foot per year in soils with a high clay content and or in bedrock that's not full of fractures. In contrast, groundwater can move as quickly as 50 feet per day in soils that are high in gravel or sand content and in fractured rock. And I brought with me one sheet that just shows simply how this works. I don't have a color printer, so it's not in color the way it should be. But I think you'll see that it teaches you that porosity versus permeability is what we're trying to get at here. And I think a lot of us don't think a lot about what's under our feet. I know that farmers and agricultural people do think a lot about soils. That's why I assume that you all know this, but I hope you're not insulted that we go over this a little bit. This bill does not call for a 2-mile setback as did last year's bill, H-177, that I introduced on a Zoom platform. Some legislators thought that 2 miles was an arbitrary, one-size-fits-all figure. This year, our proposed legislation is more science-based. The applicant must estimate the speed at which groundwater flows away from a particular site so that it cannot reach the nearest water body for at least 5 years at that flow rate. HB 1454 would update and modernize a key number in the state's Code of Administrative Rules. A current 200-foot, one-size-fits-all setback from the New Hampshire water bodies. That's what we're operating under now. That's the one-size-fits-all. That's what's in place. Yes, you heard me correctly. One size fits all, and that one size is so small a distance that in porous soil, it could allow a landfill to be sited only 2 or 3 weeks away from seriously polluting a lake or river. It took me a little time to wrap my head around this thinking of water and speed and feet, and that's why I'm sort of going over that a couple of times, because it's for me, a different way of thinking of things. Furthermore, DES only requires groundwater monitoring at landfills every 4 months or less frequently. Because this bill ensures the state's next landfill would not be located within a few months' flow of one of our state's precious lakes or rivers, it has the potential to save tens or hundreds of millions of dollars in future remediation expenses. That's because all landfills will leak. This is not just the conclusion the EPA reached in the 1990s, but one it continues to believe today. Unfortunately, new peer-reviewed studies support this conclusion. None of the new landfills around the country, built after, say, the year 2000, are old enough to have established a real track record of how long they can go without leaking. We just don't know if they'll leak after 25 or 50 or 75 years. Although new to me, the years to cause harm concept is not at all new. Since 1993, nearly 30 years ago, the EPA made the formulas and software freely available to find the calculated fixed radius from drinking water wells within which new industrial facilities ought not to be located. So that's 2 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles, years out. And so that is the concept we're talking about. And in that case, depending on other considerations, they chose, you can choose 2, 5, or 10, the scientists and people involved in that decision. And I have here the website address of where this material can be seen, and you can look at your leisure at this. I took the time to do that, and this is an absolutely perfect website address. Rather than merely talking about the theoretical, however, I'm going to present 2 actual examples of the years to cause harm concept as it's documented in Coos County, where I live. The application pending at DES for an expansion of the existing landfill at Mount Carberry in Berlin, Success, provides data showing that contaminated groundwater from that site would take 60 to 150 years to reach a tributary of the Androscoggin River. This was just given in testimony for that expansion at a public hearing in December. So that is up-to-date information, 60 to 150 years for groundwater to reach the tributary of the Androscoggin River. The velocity was found to be about 50 feet per year there. It is located in appropriate soils and bedrock. In stark contrast, the applicant that has a pending but still incomplete application to install a landfill in the town of Dalton has already estimated the groundwater flows at that site at 9.5 feet per day or faster. If DES's code setback remains at only 200 feet from a water body, then the agency might have only as little as 21 days to notice and respond to a leak at a site where groundwater flows this quickly. And remember, monitoring isn't required that frequently. Landfill siting is an important issue for this state. I and many of the public testifying today agree with the premise that we will need to continue to use solid waste landfilling as a way to dispose of some of the waste we generate. But we need to be realistic about how many more landfills New Hampshire might need and where we might need them. Despite self-interested claims by at least one publicly traded corporation that there's a landfill capacity crisis, it's clear that New Hampshire has no need for additional capacity until at least the year 2034, assuming the pending Mount Carberry landfill expansion moves forward. There was no public opposition at the December 2021 public Zoom hearing. I understand that letters that might have been come in are not yet publicly available. And if the turnkey landfill in Rochester is allowed to expand according to its original plan, not until 2045 or beyond. So the answer to the question, when will we need more, is 15 or 20 years away. But we are here today in part because there is an active application pending in the North Country, although DES has returned a large part of it for a complete rewrite. For a new landfill that's clearly located in a tract where groundwater flows extremely rapidly and where a major scenic river and a glacial lake are very nearby. There is no landfill crisis, but there is a crisis landfill, which is why I urge you to pass this bill this session. I think we all understand, even more than we did a year ago, that for a variety of reasons, mostly as a Ways and Means Committee member, I assume budgetary, DES has allowed many years to slip by without staying up to date on a number of solid waste and waste-related issues. Although there may be a need to tweak this proposed bill's specific language, particularly in Section C, and certainly to correct many inaccuracies in the fiscal note, HB 1454 is ready for prime time, designed to help bring DES up to date now. I have other handouts, other things to discuss if you'd like, and I certainly am happy to take questions, particularly once I get my glasses on and I can see you all.
Thank you, Representative. Excuse me, are there any questions for Representative Tucker? Representative Mola.
Thank you very much. I had a question for you. What are the problematic parts of C? You've identified it, or you've noted it a couple times.
I think you're going to hear those possibly from someone from DES,
Okay.
Director Wimsat.
All right.
And he, you know, somehow time ran away with me, and I didn't get as much done as I'd hoped to in January. And I think we can straighten those out. I assume that there could well be a subcommittee formed from this committee, but we are eager to work with the department, to work with others, to work with committee members, and get it so that this is a bill that is a bipartisan bill that can be embraced by this committee. I think it's very important. I know, I know we all think our county is unique, but one of the things that is unusual about Coos County is we only have 10 representatives. And when you get a lot of people in Coos interested and members interested, right at the moment we only have 9 reps. So it's to get the enthusiasm, to get the number of people and on into Grafton County too. We're ready to go, and we want to work to get this bill ready.
Representative Aaron.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for your testimony introducing this bill. So the EPA has this source water protection area page with that information, and shows how the source water protection areas and how they would be delineated. Do you know if we have had any kind of geologic survey done of the entire state and our waterways, which would already have given us some information as to what you're alluding to with this bill in terms of where sites could be done? I was a reporter for the Coos County Democrat for like 25 years, and I did cover the geologic survey when they finished it. All of New Hampshire has had test pits, but they're usually like 12 inches or something like that. So the deep water they would not have done. The National Forest was not done. The National Forest people did not believe that there was going to be development, and therefore they really didn't need to know specifically about the soils. But yes, we do have, but they probably, it would be a developer who would pay for test pits on land that they were either owned or were considering, I would think. We know that we have to do those kind of test pits if we're putting in a septic system at our own house. And they're perfectly typical. But yes, probably your local planning board has all the soil maps and data on your town or city. And, it was a big achievement. That's why they called the press. It was a big achievement when they finished New Hampshire. And it must have been, 15 years ago. They did something up Mount Washington up at the state park to draw the press. And they did test pits there. Follow up. So you're suggesting that these kinds of tests or surveys be done based on site-specific notions of, where something might be placed, as opposed to doing an entire geologic survey, which would take into consideration maybe much deeper. Oh, I'm not suggesting under this bill that the whole state be surveyed. Right. I think that there are people who believe that the state might well have a role at some time in finding the best site in the future, but that is not part of this bill. These tests are already part of the application process. So as I think I said, the developer will not be surprised to find they're expected to do this. They already are doing it. This just moves it to the beginning of the process, because you might find that what you had thought would be a good site really isn't a good site because of the rapidity or lack of rapidity of the flow of water. And so that really is the big change, is getting it early on before DES spends a lot of time. And as I know, because I live in southern Coas, not only the developer spends a lot of time and DES spends a lot of time, but the communities where there's a possibility of siting landfill also spend a lot of time thinking about, whether it's their planning board, conservation commission, whatever, or just neighborhood groups. It's something that's large from the outside coming in, diverts attention and energy and dollars.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you for taking my question. Thank you. Could you talk a little bit more broadly about the years to cause harm concept, and is that practice occurring here in New Hampshire, or where is the years to cause harm study metric being implemented? And I saw in your testimony you said that it was not new to you, but it has existed for 20 to 30 years.
I know, I felt really kind of stupid.
So what, are there universities that are using this, or where is that happening that I?
Yeah, let me see, I'm trying to see which of these things. Where is it used? It's used typically on industrial sites in certain states. And I wish I had the language. I'd hope that Dr. Finkel could be here today, but for a variety of reasons, he could not. And I'm sure, I'm sorry, I can't help you.
Thank you.
Representative, if you come across that info going forward, you could certainly forward it to the committee if you wanted to.
You may be sure that by the time I get home, it will be on my iMac. The one thing about streaming.
Yes. I just have one point of clarification myself that I'd like to, I think I remember you saying this, and I want to make sure I understood it, because you've said it twice now. So this current requirement is already in the process of siting a landfill? It's just not at the front end, it's further,
That's right.
further
That's
down
right.
in?
I think I can find the exact location in the testimony. Yes. The test involves digging a few holes, estimating the speed at which the groundwater flows at that site, and then siting the landfill so it would take at least 5 years for any polluted groundwater to reach the nearest lake or river. This test is already part of all completed applications submitted to DES.
Okay.
So HB 1454 creates no new burden for developers. It merely requires that the test be done at the outset. You know, Dr. Finkel suggested to me that, you know, if you were building a commercial building in California, you would probably want to, as a developer, look into whether you were right on the conjunction of in plate tectonics. You know, is it an earthquake zone that you were building in? And we're suggesting that in landfills, it's the flow of the groundwater. Get that up front. Just the way you would get up front if you were thinking of buying a parcel of land in Randolph and you were planning to build yourself a log cabin. You would, before you put your money down, probably, you would get a perk test done and find out whether you could have a septic system there.
Sure. So having said that, I guess I'll follow up with a simple question. You had made the statement that putting this in would save the potential for a lot of money later for cleanup. But if it's already required that they do this, what difference would it make when it's done within the process about saving money? Because if they are not allowed to put this in at the secondary point, I mean, I understand your point, it's well taken.
But they're not putting it in for the purpose. There isn't anything that says that they only have the 200 feet. So they have the information. But it isn't in the rules that that's the criteria.
Okay, so I'm not clear then. So this information is part of the process, but it doesn't have any weight within the process of whether they issue a permit?
No, I think that Director Wimsat is here to answer questions,
Okay,
and he will be able very specifically to be able to tell you what exactly they do with that.
sure, fair
But
enough.
there is nothing like 5 years now. It's wonderful that I live not that far from Mount Carberry, and it is a great, and I've toured that landfill twice. It is a big operation. It's sited where there's clay. And, you know, the people who worked at the mill, many of whom, you know, had jobs that I knew, they were in the sort of semi-management, middle management, they were responsible for finding a place to put industrial waste. We know that you can't have manufacturing without having a place to take industrial waste, and it's very important that it not flow
Sure,
into the rivers.
understood. Well, thank you, I appreciate it. I'll certainly forward that question to Director Wimsat when he comes. Any other questions for Representative Tucker? All right, seeing none,
So could it be that I could be called back to the microphone if something comes up that needs another answers?
we can, let's see how we do in the process. I do have a schedule I have to keep, so I'm just a little
know,
concerned if I
and
give a second bite at the apple.
I took quite a lot of time. and
That's
I-
okay. and
I
it-
thank you for your
well
generosity.
deserved, but
Thank you
we'll
very
see
much.
if time will allow, but thank
Oh,
you.
Let me see, I need to clean this for the next person.
Okay, Representative Perez is next and asking for 3 minutes to speak. Good afternoon, Representative. You may start when you're ready.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for letting me speak. Thank you, members of the committee, for listening to my testimony, and members of the public for listening to my testimony as well. My name is Maria Perez. I'm a state representative for District 23 in Milford. I'm here to speak in support of this bill. One of the reasons that I'm supporting this bill is because I live in a town that we have two supersites with contamination, and not just the water, but the soil in Milford. And it is critical. It is critical for us to protect the water, especially the drinking water. Myself, I'm one of those people who has very low immune system. I have chronic Lyme disease, and I have other chronic illness that anything that is like in the soil or the air or water is not helping my immune system. So I believe this is critical. It is critical for us to protect the water before we have to buy the water for another town in or city of New Hampshire, because in Milford, we have to pay for water that comes from Pinnacle Water in Nashua. And the reason being is because we have, like I say, we have these two supersites in Milford that since 1948 until 1991, they contaminate the water and soil in our town. So that's one of the reasons that I'm super supportive of this bill, because I believe it's time for us to protect the water before other towns or city that has to buy water from Pinnacle Water, probably a different company, but I believe it's critical for us to protect the water and soil.
Thank you, Representative. Will you take any questions?
Yes.
Are there any questions for Representative Perez? Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Muriel Robinet, not quite sure on the pronunciation there. Muriel, I'm not clear on who you're representing, so if you could please tell us. Sorry, I couldn't quite read the handwriting.
Turn off? Yes, I'd be happy to tell you. Thank you. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak in support of this House bill. I am representing the North Country ABC and New Hampshire land law. I've been a lifelong resident of this state, and I'm a practicing hydrogeologist. For the record, my name is Muriel Robinet. The reason I'm speaking here is because I'm very passionate about New Hampshire. I'm very passionate about our outdoors. And I know that it's extremely important that the work that DES does in trying to do the very best for the state of New Hampshire. And sometimes it helps to give them a little stronger tools to be able to do their job. So what we're talking about here in this House bill is about an existing setback. And that's as the crow flies, 200 feet. And it applies when they're going to site a waste disposal facility that is going to be in existence for the better part of 100 years. And that waste disposal facility has the potential to contaminate rivers and lakes for that 100 years, including our wonderful PFAS contamination that we all hear way too much about. So this is a really important issue, and it's a huge criteria and concern that DES needs to get right. We want them to get it right. Now, as you drive around the state of New Hampshire, it all doesn't look the same. You go, whether it's from the seacoast, up through the valleys, to our great north woods and into the mountains, what you see is a variable landscape. Well, it's like that underground also. And hydrogeologists have spent their decades of practice in understanding what that underground system looks like and how it reacts. There are specialists at DES that do the same thing, and they're very capable of evaluating the data that is necessary. So in the case of siting a landfill, we're concerned about not having it be any sort of located in an area that can create a problem. And you've heard the term 5 years. Well, why 5 years? Rather than having a 200-foot setback, one size fits all, as the crow flies, what this bill is proposing is using groundwater flow, because groundwater is that vector that can carry contaminants into rivers and lakes. And so why 5 years? Why not 10 years? Why not 1 year? And it comes down to the fact that we are all humans and we have to react to what we find out. And when a landfill is in existence and in operation, there's a monitoring schedule. And when contamination is discovered, there has to be a response to that contamination that's flowing in the groundwater towards lakes and rivers. You can't do that overnight. That's not a one-week response. It takes generally years to be able to respond. Any of you who have lived in a town where there's a Superfund site, you know that it can take the EPA 10 years or more to come up with a remedy to try to address the contamination. And you don't have 10 years here in New Hampshire, particularly if groundwater flow is rapid. And that's the whole point of this bill, is to have a site-specific setback. And the evaluation of groundwater flow is something that's done as part of most sites in New Hampshire, whether it's water resources or sites that have contamination. There are basic studies. It's a science that's been known for 150 years. And they drill wells, and they do hydraulic tests, and they come up with groundwater flow rates. It's a well-known science, and DES reviews those kind of calculations on a regular basis. So this bill is proposing that if you have groundwater flow that can reach a river or a lake in 5 years or less, that's not an appropriate place to site a landfill, because over 100 years of the life of the landfill, contaminants can move into those lakes and rivers. And what's the purpose of the setback? It's to protect lakes and rivers. And so why allow the siting of a landfill that has too short a setback? 200 feet, one size fits all, doesn't answer that. If you were driving through Ossipee recently, you see all those lovely sand and gravel resources that are there. Groundwater flow in that area can be 6, 8, 10 feet per day. If you tried to site a landfill in the area of those Ossipee resources, You might have to have a 1,000-foot setback in order to be protective of the rivers and lakes. If you have a place on Ossipee Lake, you'd appreciate that. So it's just a question of having a setback that is appropriate and protective for our lakes and rivers. I urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you take any questions?
Yes, I will take questions.
All right, are there any questions for Ms. Robinette? Oh, Representative Amola.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious, if you have a site that has leakage and it saturates for 5 miles, right? You have to 5 miles for that. Once you create that line of saturation, is it a continuous flow or does it just constantly ebb and flow?
I'm not sure I understand the 5 miles.
Well, I'm sorry, 5 years. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
5 years. I had 5 stuck in my head. So if you've created a site and you have 5 years to where it reaches that water body, does that continue, does that establish a line of saturation at that point? Or does it just ebb and flow with what's happening with groundwater?
Groundwater in general is in a saturated condition in the subsurface, and so this is assuming that you've got saturated soil or fractured rock or in underneath this landfill. And once the contamination is detected in the monitoring wells, that's your 5-year window before it gets to the river. Once contamination is there, it usually doesn't go away by itself, except over a long period of time when it can slowly biodegrade, because you're never taking away the source. Or you're going to have to install a remedy to cut off the contamination so it doesn't go into the lake or river. That's the whole point of the 5 years. You have a 5-year warning, kind of the canary in the coal mine.
Right.
Once you find the contamination in a monitoring well, then you've basically got hopefully more than 5 years before it actually hits the surface water body. So you have time to put in, do something, fix it.
Okay, thank you. I just wondered if it was, dependent, obviously drought,
It's a,
things like that, it's a constantly moving target, or if it's always assuming a saturation?
it's a pretty continuous process when you have your source as a continuum.
Thank you.
Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. What sorts of, if contamination is discovered in one of the test wells, what sorts of remedies would be available to deal with it?
I apologize, I'm having a hard time understanding what you're saying.
Okay, sorry. If contamination is found in a well, one of the test wells, what sorts of remedies would be available to deal with that?
Well, this would be obviously for an operating landfill if it has contamination that's outside the test wells. And so the concept would be, how do you either cut it off, do some sort of a cutoff wall or treatment wall in place so that as the groundwater continually flows through, it can be treated before it hits the surface water body, the river or the lake. Or the worst case is some sort of a hydraulic containment where you do pump and treat, and you actually pump the water out, and that creates a hydraulic barrier from it continuing to move. But what we're really trying to focus here is not to get to that situation. So instead, you would only cite landfills where you have a much longer time frame to be able to come up with a treatment if you need to, or possibly it could create contamination that you don't end up having to pull back because you do have so much time before it would actually reach the lake or river.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. I have written copies here if you would like.
Certainly. Please, you can give them to Rep. Pomola here over on the end. Okay, next we'll call up Tim White from Sanborn Head. Go ahead, and whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Pearl and members of the committee. My name is Tim White, and I'm a project director at Sanborn Head and Associates, an engineering and geosciences firm headquartered here in Concord. I'm one of the hydrogeologists at Sanborn Head responsible for managing the groundwater monitoring programs at several of the state's public and private landfills, and I've worked in the field of hydrogeology for over 20 years. In my opinion, the bill's provisions do not represent a novel or comprehensive groundwater management strategy and would create an inconsistent regulatory landscape. Briefly here today, I want to summarize my written comments by touching on 2 points regarding technical shortcomings in the bill. The first is the requirement to immediately shut down a landfill if a priority pollutant is detected at any concentration above baseline. In my written comments, I provide a hypothetical but plausible scenario where a landfill could be shut down for weeks to months due to a very low level detection of a pollutant, even below drinking water and surface water standards, and even if the source is not the landfill itself. Simply put, a potential source of contamination cannot be conclusively identified from a single exceedance in a groundwater sample. My second concern is the inconsistencies in permitting that would arise between new landfills and expansion at existing sites. For example, under the bill's provisions, it is possible that new and expanded landfills could have the same liner systems, leachate and gas collection systems, and waste types and capacities, yet they would be regulated much differently. I'm not aware of another industry in the state of New Hampshire that has similar limitations placed on siting and operating facilities. To have differing levels of environmental permitting and regulation makes no regulatory or technical sense. For example, the requirement for a minimum 5-year groundwater travel time to a fourth-order stream or lake is an arbitrary benchmark and would not be applicable only to new landfills, not to expansions. HB 1454 does not provide an explanation for this requirement, and there is no basis for it under NHDES regulations. Shouldn't all of New Hampshire's water resources be protected under a uniform approach? In closing, HB 1454 should be struck down as written because of the technical infeasibility of implementing its standards in conjunction with standard industry practice and duplication of current NHDES regulatory requirements. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today, and I welcome questions you may have.
All right, any questions for Mr. White? Yes, Representative Kaplan.
Yes, thank you for taking my questions, Mr. White. Are you saying that there is no industry where new regulations would apply to new facilities where they could not, where old facilities would not be, those regulations would not be applicable to old facilities?
Thank you, Representative. I'm not, to clarify, I'm not aware of an industry where such a stark difference is specified at the permitting and siting stage between industrial sites.
Any other questions for Mr. White? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, next we will call on Tom Tower from North Country Alliance for Balance Change.
Chairman Pearl, members of the House Environment and Agriculture Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I can promise you I will not attempt to discuss science regarding this bill. For the record, my name is Tom Tower, and I'm a resident of Whitefield, and speaking here today on behalf of North Country Alliance for Balance Change in support of House Bill 1454. So last year, there was an enormous amount of support from people across the state in favor of what was then House Bill 177, which worked to prevent the siting of a landfill within 2 miles of and create a buffer around a state park. And as you recall, House Bill 177, hotly debated, eventually passed in the House, but ultimately failed in the Senate. So although it ultimately was unsuccessful, the momentum that that legislation, proposed legislation, had across the state wasn't necessarily unprecedented, but became a bit of a catalyst for what you are seeing today, which is an enormous amount of proposed bills, some 30 plus, in relation to environment, water, PFAS, certainly solid waste. One such bill, House Bill 1454, which seeks to create science-based setbacks for new landfills from any perennial river, lake, or coastal water. The drafters of 1454 listened carefully to the concerns that this committee and the Senate had in regards to 177 and worked to develop a smart and workable piece of legislation. We thank the members of this committee for bringing to the attention of the people who proposed the legislation that there were some flaws in that as it relates to targeting specific projects. The fact that there may be a level of unconstitutionality, the fact that it was limited in its scope. This particular bill protects all New Hampshire lakes and rivers. This is about the state. It's not about the North Country. Smart project siting is not just a North Country issue. This legislation will protect all valuable state resources from our coastline to the Merrimack River, Lake Winnipesaukee, Lake Sunapee, and every town in between. As we've seen with PFAS, this is not about telling people or developers what they can and can't do. It's about making sure what they do doesn't carry lifelong detrimental effects to our communities and our state. Thank you, and I would be happy to take questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tower. Is there any questions for Mr. Tower? All right, seeing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you to the committee, and I do have copies of my testimony.
Perfect. Next up, we'll call Fred Anderson from Whitefield.
Life gets complicated. None of that's going into the toilet, I trust. You had to be here earlier. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to members of the committee. My name is Fred Anderson, and I live in Whitefield. This is the third time I've appeared before this committee in the last 3 years. The first one was on the House Bill 1319, which you voted ought to pass. It was sent on to the Senate, and unfortunately, it became a victim of COVID in that year in which much good legislation just didn't get passed. Last year, I sat before you in the virtual meeting, urging you to support House Bill 177. In that conversation, a number of you mentioned that the primary reasons you had trouble with that bill were three. The first one was the bill was about state parks. And again, you ask me, why is this about parks instead of water? Why is this about land instead of this precious resource of water? Second, you said the setback was arbitrary. That circle around state parks was an arbitrary number. The third was the proposal lacked any kind of credible scientific backup. So House Bill 1454 has been designed to address three of those very valuable critiques. We listened to you, and we went back to the drawing board, and we have constructed this bill in hopes that you will pass it. It's about protecting the major sources of drinking water in the state from contamination of leachate, PFAS, other carcinogens from leaking landfills that will poison lakes and rivers that feed private wells like mine right on Forest Lake, as well as municipal aquifers. fed by like the Ammonoosuc River. It doesn't operate with an arbitrary setback, as is the case, by the way, right now with the 200-foot that the DES must work with. By the way, they don't have an option on that one. We're talking about giving DES some criteria that enables them to make better decisions. Their hands are tied in terms of what they're told their criteria has to be. So this would be a change in DES's criteria. That 200-foot is not only arbitrary, but it's dangerous. HB 1454 corrects that with the verifiable hydrology, measuring the speed of groundwater at multiple surfaces to determine the speed of water flow within the soils of the anticipated site. The highest speed of those flows, whether surface or deep, becomes the measurement that gets multiplied by the 5 years that DES has set as the time that is required to address, stop, remediate a leak or a plume. I don't think this bill says shut down a landfill until it's remediated. That's what I was hearing suggested a moment ago. If the site is found to be at least 5 years from the lake or river it is deemed suitable, as an accident can be addressed without compromising the water. The permitting application could move forward for further input and evaluation, but if not, it's simply not an acceptable site. This means, among other things, it will lighten the workload of DES staff. A permit comes in, and if it's suitable, then it's worth DES spending time looking at it, but if it's not, it can be shut down right up front, and DES doesn't have to waste staff time or any other time in terms of deciding whether or not this is a viable site. Further, it gives DES an actual number to work with in terms of their evaluation of whether or not the site is appropriate. The bill is anything but anti-landfill. The landfills are to be the place of last resort for waste that cannot be otherwise reused, repurposed, recycled, or composted. It is abundantly clear that we need them, but we need them safely designed, we need them appropriately sited, and responsibly managed. So this bill is about ensuring that new landfills, and note, this is about new landfills, not existing applications. Carberry's not going to be covered by this, Turnkey's not going to be covered by this. By the way, we also know those are in soils that are not terribly porous, so we don't need to worry about it. This is about new landfills and where new landfills go. And are they being appropriately sited in New Hampshire for the sake of preserving what is increasingly one of this state's most precious resources, our drinking water? I urge you to vote yes, ought to pass on House Bill 1454, and I thank you for your time and your attention and your service.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Anderson? I didn't ask him if he'd take some, but I knew from previous experience that he would. Seeing none, I think we're going to let you off
Thank
easy
you,
this
sir.
time. Thank you. So the final card that I have is Director Wimsatt. Representative Moll, if you could send the blue sheet up. If there is anyone else that wishes to speak, if you want to fill out a card and send it this way, it'd be a good time to do so.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mike Wimsatt. I serve as Director of the Waste Management Division for New Hampshire DES, and appreciate the opportunity to testify on House Bill 1454. Again, to be clear, the department is not taking a position on this bill. Upon review, we did identify some concerns that we wanted to share with the committee. And first off, there's been discussion of the 5-year groundwater travel time, and DES only just wants to point out that given the complexity of the geology and the hydrogeology and the way that aquifers exist in New Hampshire. They're very heterogeneous, they're complex, and trying to identify a specific 5-year travel time in a given portion of an aquifer is not always an easy thing. We just want to point out that that may be more complex than a read of the bill would give the reader, would have a reader expect. We also note that to the extent that the work that the field studies that would need to be done, right now it is the case that they look at, that under the siting criteria and under the requirements for siting a new landfill, there are some studies of soils immediately in the footprint of the landfill. But that only tells you one thing. It only tells you what the soils beneath the landfill are comprised of and how they move or don't move water very well. What it doesn't tell you is what is between that landfill site and the surface water that this bill is looking to protect. And so to do the field studies, you would need to really get a reasonably accurate view of travel time. Depending on the site, you may well need to do work off of the site, between the landfill site and the surface water. And we note that while that could be difficult, because if it very well could be on land that is not owned by the landfill applicant, and therefore there would be potentially some access issues. So we just wanted to point that out to the committee. The second concern is that the monitoring well network that would be required, what the bill requires is that, so you determine what is a 5-year travel distance for groundwater from the landfill site, and if you meet those criteria, and the landfill is theoretically then permittable, at least with respect to that 5-year travel time distance, the bill would require the applicant to then put a monitoring well network in the area that is 5 miles traveled, groundwater travel time distance from the surface water. And it's not clear to us how doing that would provide any more protectiveness than what the current monitoring requirements are. So if you think about it just conceptually, if you have a landfill here and a surface water there, and let's say the average, the 5-year travel time distance is here, you'd be required to put a monitoring well network here and monitor that. Right now, under current conditions, there's a requirement to put a network of monitoring wells immediately adjacent to the landfill. And the intention of that is to provide for the earliest possible detection of releases from the landfill and an opportunity to monitor that, and then take appropriate steps if you detect a leak. Just to give you an idea of what happens right now, if we permit a landfill or a landfill expansion, there's an expectation that in order to site that there, you need to be able to provide a monitoring well network that's capable of monitoring groundwater that could be impacted by the landfill, and then that network would be protective of downstream drinking water sources. So that network, in all cases that our landfills in the state, is generally pretty much immediately adjacent to, and I mean within 100 feet or so of the landfill footprint. And then that's monitored under the provisions of a groundwater release detection permit, which is a permit, it's an enforceable permit that requires regular monitoring, sampling of those wells for a host of parameters. And that's the routine. That just goes on throughout the life and the post-closure care life of a landfill. If during that time, so you establish background concentrations of a variety of geochemical parameters and contaminants. If during that time you identify any exceedance of the background, so you're monitoring for contaminants, you're monitoring for things that are already in the groundwater like iron and manganese and things like that, if you see a significant increase over the background for any one of those contaminants, that triggers what's called assessment monitoring. And assessment monitoring, as opposed to detection monitoring, is more intensive for a larger host, larger panel of contaminants. And the purpose of that is to determine essentially, to confirm that there's actually something going on. And then there's a requirement to submit a plan for investigating and remediating whatever may be causing that. So we believe that system is capable, really having the wells immediately adjacent to the landfill. That's going to give you your earliest detection and your earliest opportunity to identify whether there's really a release from the landfill or whether it's some other reason, and there are cases where that happens. And then if it is, to address it. In the event that can't be addressed, there are already provisions in our rules that require that the landfill operator begin if they can't fix the problem, they have to begin, basically submit a schedule for closure of the facility. So that is basically the current regime. So it's unclear to us how this monitoring well network that presumably would be further afield from the landfill and would need to be monitored, and also, I would note, may also be on private property, so there could be access issues. It's not clear to us how that would provide enhanced protection over what exists right now. And then the third concern that we have is that the bill requires, if in that monitoring well network that's at the 5-year travel time distance from the surface water body, if you identify an exceedance, as we read the bill, it requires the landfill to cease operations until the plume is evaluated and remediated. And we have some concerns about that because, particularly in the case where you have a monitoring well network that's further afield from the landfill, it's entirely possible that anything you would see for an exceedance of the background condition could come from something other than the landfill. So it's not really a fair provision in that sense. But even if it is from the landfill, the current system, and we're very familiar with it because we implement it, gives the opportunity of the landfill operator to identify the problem, figure out whether it's really a release from the landfill, and then fix it. If you just assume as soon as you get a detection above standards that you haven't even really confirmed yet, you're going to close the landfill down, we believe that could needlessly create some solid waste capacity crisis or challenges or shortages, and really it's an unfair provision. So that's our concerns, and I'm happy to field any questions.
Thank you, Director. So I'll start myself, I guess. I'll ask you the similar question to what I had asked Representative Tucker, that, the assertion she made that this was part of the current process that's there now. It doesn't sound like it exactly is. It sounds like there's something similar from what you're describing.
Yeah, I believe what, and again, I certainly would never attempt to speak for Representative Tucker, but I think what she may have been referring to is under the rules, the solid waste rules, the siting criteria for a solid waste landfill, there are a number of provisions that need to be met. And one of them is that you need to do enough study of your actual site to get a reasonable understanding of the groundwater regime, of the groundwater flow regime. And that includes getting some data about how the soils behave and how they move, how fast they move groundwater. But on the heels of getting that, the purpose for that under the rules is really so you can just describe the hydrogeologic setting. It doesn't then translate to a travel time distance or anything like that.
And so it seems, from my understanding of this, is that this bill is requiring work to be done that's off-site of where the actual proposed landfill is. Am I reading that correctly?
Depending on the particular site and the nature of the aquifer, I do believe it could require field testing that would go off of the landfill site, yes.
One final question that came from your testimony. So currently, if there's a detection in one of the monitoring wells, I guess two-part question, what's the current frequency of monitoring of those detection wells? And then if there is something that, that comes up that needs to be, that you figure needs to have some remediation done or further testing, what happens then? Is that frequency stepped up?
It can differ depending on the circumstances, but at a minimum, generally, our groundwater release detection permits would require a minimum of triannual monitoring, so every 4 months. And then if you do identify, it's really very specific. If you identify an exceedance of a particular contaminant over baseline in any one well, then basically an enhanced monitoring plan would be developed to address that specific situation, which could include more frequent monitoring, and often does.
Might that include installation of new test wells further out to try and understand how quickly that's moving?
Yes, it could.
Thank you. Any other questions for Director Wimsatt? Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. Representative Tucker mentioned that in Section C, there were issues that she recognized needed to be fixed, and it seems like the location of the monitoring wells might be part of that. So, would you see if the bill worked with the existing structure or mechanism of having monitoring wells right around the landfill, would you see that as a partial fix of the problems that you noted in section C?
I think that would be an improvement. And I should note that I did speak at some length with Dr. Adam Finkel and with Representative Tucker in advance of this hearing to discuss these concerns that I'm describing for you today.
Follow up? Is that monitoring regime currently in rules or is it in statute?
I think its basis is in statute, but the details of it are contained in the rules.
So it would be fairly straightforward to reference where it exists now as a way of correcting section C.
If I understand your question, I'm not sure I do understand your
Okay,
question.
so there is existing language that sets up that monitoring system.
Absolutely.
And if we were to adopt that as part of an amendment to section C, then that could get us in the direction of making the bill better.
I'm not sure that it would be necessary to adopt it in a new bill because it already exists in rule and has been determined by the legislature to be pass the muster with the Joint Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules. So I'm not sure why it would need to be included in the law. I guess if you're asking if the bill were amended to more closely align with that existing system.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that would be an improvement, sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the director? All right, so we'll start with Representative Kaplan.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. In your experience under the current regime, have there ever been any situations or any instances of leaks from landfill to groundwater?
We have had situations in groundwater monitoring, like I just described, where we do see a contaminant that goes above baseline. And then we have indeed, in a number of cases, required that landfill operator to go into the assessment monitoring phase and develop a remedial action plan. And in the cases that I'm familiar with, it has, in some cases, been a release of leachate, not from the landfill itself, but a release that occurred during leachate handling, because, of course, leachate is collected by design at landfills, pumped off to trucks, and typically transported to wastewater treatment plants for disposal. And in some cases, the infrastructure used to collect the leachate or the actual transfer process to a truck has resulted in a release. And so that is certainly capable of causing a detection in one of those monitoring wells. So that has happened. In other cases, I'm trying to think of other cases we've had, but more direct to answer your question, we're not aware of a landfill leachate release that has impacted one of these monitoring wells. They've typically been something that happened from outside the landfill. The closest thing was at one facility. We had landfill leachate that did get to the soil and impacted a well, but it wasn't because of a liner failure. It was because of a construction failure, a temporary construction failure during the construction of an interim cap. And as a result of the process worked in that case. The facility went into assessment monitoring, confirmed it, started exploring and investigating, and identified the deficiency in the interim cap, and went in and repaired it. And then that well returned to meet standards.
Further questions? Representative Von Flisky? I'm sorry, Representative Perez, you testified on the bill itself, so you're not allowed to ask questions of another person testifying. It's okay. If you have a question, maybe you want to slip to another member, they could ask it for you, perhaps. Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony today. So my question is, in this bill, it requires that there's a 5-year migrating off-site limitation. In other words, it would have to take 5 years before any kind of contaminant reaches a body of water. And I'm wondering, could there ever be any kind of change hydrogeologically to the the ground between the landfill and a body of water that would happen to change that 5-year window? I mean,
Sure.
barring an earthquake or something
Yeah.
like that?
Well, it's possible. I guess a dramatic example would be like a river avulsion like we had in the Suncook River a number of years ago during a flood event where the river actually changes the location of its channel. So theoretically, if you're protecting a river and that particular river avulsed and moved its channel closer to the landfill, then you could have a shorter travel time. Or likewise, if it avulsed in the other direction, you could have a longer distance.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Tucker, I see you're raising your hand. Well, right now, Representative Wimsatt is testifying, Director Wimsatt is testifying. Sure. Any other questions for the director? All right, seeing none, we thank you, sir, for your testimony. Oh, actually, we do have another card here. I'm sorry, we got one that came in. John Tuthill from Ackworth has requested no particular time to speak, so how long do you intend to speak, sir?
Briefly.
Briefly, all right, I'll take that.
For the record, my name is John Tuthill, and I'm from Ackworth, New Hampshire, Sullivan County. I did not intend to speak or testify on this bill, although I do support the bill strongly. I am not taking a position on the director's testimony. However, I do have some concerns that the department, or the division, I should say, I don't think is grasping the one very important aspect of this bill. And that is we're talking about setting a standard as opposed to a 200-foot standard in rules, which deals with the velocity of groundwater flow, as you heard in earlier testimony. So a lot of what was discussed in the division's testimony has to do with what happens once a site has been permitted, built, and is operating. And I certainly know of sites, Newport, New Hampshire, for example, had an ash landfill, I think the last new landfill to be permitted in the state in the 1980s. There were breaches there was contamination there, and it was closed early. Groundwater flow is something you want to look at before you have permitted a facility, built it, and begun operating it. When you have problems after operations have begun, it gets incredibly expensive. Sites, for example, in Hanover, New Hampshire, you can do extensive mapping of bedrock as they're doing at Coakley Landfill down on the seacoast. In Hanover, they had to do that. If that had been done beforehand, you would have known that that was not an appropriate site to be placing relatively hazardous materials. This is another issue in New Hampshire. Landfills have gotten very, very large, very expensive, highly engineered. If you're going to be making that kind of investment, let's make that investment in an appropriate location. And let's find out what is really going on with groundwater, with bedrock, before you even decide to begin the permitting process. And that's what this bill is about. The director's information about what happens with monitoring systems is very important, and it was good to hear that. But I think we need to have further discussions with DES about the intent of this particular bill. So I urge that conversation take place, and that we have, this is probably not the best forum for it, but that we get to a point where we all understand what we're trying to achieve with House Bill 1454. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Yes, Representative Bixby.
So if I could just see if I can sum up part of the point here is that by setting a standard that would be assessed very early in the siting process, what you're doing is saving a business the time and money that it might take so that they wouldn't invest in a place where they shouldn't be, and at the same time saving DES the time and money of trying to permit something that eventually would not be appropriately set there.
Yes, I would agree with that, although DES under the current rules would be very likely obliged to issue that permit as long as all of the the current standards were met. And I think this is part of the problem, is that in rules, that 200-foot setback, with no consideration given to groundwater flow, simply is not protective. And that should be, I think, the primary criteria for siting, is the level of environmental protection that can be provided by that particular geology and hydrogeology. New England is a tough place to site disposal facilities because there's a lot that is unknown about bedrock, for example. What's happening at Coakley is incredibly expensive. We're 20, 30 years in. I was involved with that back in the 80s. We knew then that we were in trouble. It's already had a Superfund cleanup. If we had, this kinds of standards that would have prevented that operation from ever opening, millions and millions and millions of dollars would have been saved. And frankly, a threat to public health would have been avoided. So I urge you to take a precautionary approach to this issue, and I think that New Hampshire really does need to bring their siting standards up into the modern age. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Tuttle? Okay, seeing none, we thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Representative Tucker, I have about 5 minutes that I will sort of give you an extra bite of the apple here, if you've got a closing statement you'd like to make.
I had forgotten until the testimony of the Reverend Mr. Anderson that this is our third time around because COVID interrupted us the first time. And I wasn't as involved in that, and I'd sort of forgotten that. So I do know that we're all still wildly impacted by COVID. And there's a tendency to want to sort of get everything done, figure out whether we're going to meet in Reps Hall or not, and get on with it. But in this case, I do pledge myself and the team of people that has assembled to take on this issue. I think we're very close to coming up with something that can be passed. There are some problems. I think you heard about them today. Please give us the time with a subcommittee, if that's what it takes, or the whole committee. I know we have the cooperation of DES and Director Wimsatt, and there are others who will weigh in the way our last person who testified did. And we can come up with something that's going to protect New Hampshire the way it should, where we're in this century with this. This is a big problem. And having toured Mount Carberry, the size of today's landfill, that's extremely well run and turns out well sited. They're just absolutely enormous. If you've not ever gone to a modern landfill and toured it, take a vacation day and do it. It is, I've also been, of course, to the one in Bethlehem. So I have toured 2 modern landfills, and they are big. And they're talking about many, many years that they are on the landscape. So I ask you to indulge us and yourselves with giving a little time for this to be worked out so that we have something that you can embrace and endorse. Thank you very much.
Representative Tucker, I have one question I'd like to ask you before you depart. You have presented a bill with a tremendous amount of information and some very viable ideas, in my opinion. But I think we have, as a committee, we're going to have some work that we're going to need to do with them to understand and digest, some of the contrary points that were made. Would you be amenable if we decided as a committee to include this as part of our study committee, looking at landfill siting criteria? Because I think some of what you've got is exactly what we were thinking of looking at.
I'm afraid we really don't have the time. I really think we need it this year. There is a pending application that does tie DES's hands a little bit, but it is not, the application is not now complete. And really if we could work through
this year, I think it could be done. I personally think a well-meaning group of people who respect one another could get this in order. I take some blame myself. Director Wimsatt did give me the alert, and I didn't move quickly enough. I was a little surprised to find ourselves, meeting in January, and I had a second bill I was prime sponsor of. So part of the problem is mine, but I think if you could find 2 or 3 people who are willing to spend some time between Zoom, we all know how to use these tools so that we don't have to spend time traveling and having lunch and all that stuff. I think we could get it done. And I really would much prefer that to being part of a long-term study. We know this study doesn't really happen till next fall. And time goes by. And who knows what variant is going to come down on COVID. I had forgotten until I heard the testimony of the Reverend Mr. Anderson that we had spent time before. And then COVID interrupted that. We had something that was going forward. So I think that in the interest of defeating COVIDs, we should take this on and get this done now.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Okay, I've got the blue sheet here. Oh, hold on, we have one more question.
Question
Sorry,
to the chair,
Representative.
actually.
Yes.
Is this an early bill or a regular bill?
You know something, I have to look. I don't know off the top of my head if it is or not. I have a sheet here someplace that tells me. Okay, so it's not an early bill. Okay, the blue sheet is here. We have 12 people signing in, 6 yay, 6 nay. With that, I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 1454, and we will open House Bill 1652 in about 3 minutes. Is Rep. Egan here? I have a card. Oh, there he is, back there, okay. All right, we're going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1652 FN relative to the recycling of beverage containers. And I will call on Rep. Egan to introduce the bill.
It's hard to read and have a mask because they fog up. So, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, esteemed colleagues in the House and on this committee. I appreciate you making time to hear from me regarding House Bill 1652. I'll try to be brief, but I do want to give you my sincere thoughts. House Bill 1652 is an important bill for protecting our economy, our environment, safeguarding our tourism industry, and improving the lives of our constituents by overall keeping the costs of bottled and canned drinks down. You might question why that is tied to a bottle bill that asks for 10 cents to be added to a redemption fee, but I will explain so. We all know that recycling reduces solid waste and reduces the need for landfill space, and I think you've heard a lot about that today, and that's an important topic to tie into this issue. But it does so much more. Economic development comes from redemption centers where town transfer stations can gain revenue. Transfer stations can reduce tipping fees, saving towns costs and reducing taxpayers the liability of those costs. Redemption centers can drive traffic into new areas that would come from redemption of bottles and cans. And economic development also happens because those businesses will appeal to, that do have and add redemption centers to their existing businesses, will appeal to conscious consumers. Folks will want to come to that business to redeem their bottles and cans because they feel that that company is doing well by doing good on behalf of society. Now, the industry will say that it is costly, but the industry is now also saying that their costs are going up because of globalization and raw material prices are going up. So in creating more bottles and cans around the world without recycling them, the cost of products to consumers, to New Hampshire residents, will go up. That price will keep going up because the cost of raw materials are going up, as opposed to a momentarily and redeemable fee for redemption on bottles and cans will be a one-time cost for consumers that they can actually get back. So we can either look at the long-term costs to consumers, or we can look at a one-time redeemable cost to consumers. Another thing that is important to understand is that when we pay higher costs, we're not protecting the environment, right? Why would we not want to pay a fraction of a cost that adds to a bottle or can that you can get redeemed, that you can get that money back, and you're protecting the environment at the same time? So without redemption, we have costs of products going up. We're hurting the environment. With redemption, with recycling, product costs going up momentarily, getting it redeemed, protecting the environment. I think another important thing to remember is that we're safeguarding tourism. It's the #2 industry in the state of New Hampshire. Roughly $6 billion in revenue comes into the state of New Hampshire from tourism. Take a moment to drive through a neighborhood that has a state park, that has a playground, that has on-ramps to highways. You will notice bottles and cans being tossed aside. Would you drive down the street and throw nickels and dimes out your window? I doubt you'd do that. I doubt you'd take a dollar bill, crumple it up, and throw it out your window. But people are throwing 10 bottles and cans outside their window because they don't care. We need to give them a reason to care, a financial incentive to care.
Recycling helps keep costs of the product from going up drastically instead of momentarily. So understanding that a dime to a customer that can be redeemed is a simple fee for a moment, but in the long term has a tremendous financial positive impact on our environment. States around us are currently all using a bottle bill. Connecticut, Maine, Massachusetts, New York, Vermont. We need to join the other New England states that have can and bottle redemption bills. If those states can manage to put together an infrastructure to redeem beverage containers, I can see no reason why New Hampshire can't do it. In fact, I think New Hampshire can do it better. We're very good at looking at best practices and worst practices, taking what exists from that information and creating good laws that support and improve the lives of New Hampshire residents. I think we should be in a race with other New England states about bragging rights of which states can have the highest recycling. A 10 cent per container fee that people can recoup when they return their containers would be a great incentive to help keep New Hampshire beautiful, not littered. The incentive is needed because despite what we think, many containers don't get recycled. They're just thrown out the windows as people drive from work, to and from the beverage store, to and from home. In addition to being eyesores, they harm our environment and our wildlife. And we come across these bills on my committee on Fish and Game and Resources frequently about the environmental impact to our wildlife of things that we do here in the state of New Hampshire. This is a very simple one that we can control. We can keep our dime in our hand, in our car, not toss it out our window. Solid waste is a problem in our state. Recycling is a problem in our state. I know you're going to laugh at me when I say this, but I am exactly true in this statement. This is not a problem. This is not a can we can kick down the road anymore. I've made an effort to talk with a variety of organizations that will be positively and negatively impacted initially by a fee for redemption. There's been a lot of support from organizations like the Conservation Law Foundation, the Sierra Club, the Container Recycling Institute, the Bethlehem Conservation Commission, the North Country Alliance for Balanced Change, Save Forest Lake Homeowners Association. But I've also heard from organizations that expressed interest about how they're concerned about this bill. The Department of Environmental Services, the Can Manufacturing Institute, the Container Recycling Institute. I'm willing to hear out those groups and work with them. DES, in their testimony that they submitted to you and will probably speak later on, said that this is an important issue to be studied. Now, I understand that it does take time to figure out how to do a program well, how to do it cost effectively. But I also know, and this is my beginning of my 4th year in the House, that study is a place where bills go to die. So I'm interested to studying it if we're going to practically create a work group and work with this committee to study it. But I'm not going to say, put it to study committee and then have it sit on a shelf somewhere. Because at the end of the day, and I'll reiterate this, tourism is our second largest economy impact on our economy, growing almost initially up to $6 billion. This is not something that we can just throw out the window when we're done with it. We need to protect it, respect it, and by putting forth a bill to recycle and redeem bottles and cans, that's what I'm hoping to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions? Representative Mola.
Hi, thank you for taking my question, and thanks for taking the time to consider something that's important. Obviously, we're all here because we care about the environment, keeping things clean. I did have a question about some of the redemption rate. In the bill, it says if the redemption rate does not meet 90%, that the commissioner can then increase the fee. I believe it's on the next calendar year. I've looked around at different states, and I have yet to see a state that actually met that redemption rate. Most fall between 50% and 80%. So they're automatically, it's something that's baked into this proposed legislation that would automatically continue to up that refund rate. Is that something that you looked at when you were, obviously you looked at it, but how did you pick 90% versus any other percent, given the fact that it doesn't appear that any other state's really been able to meet that yet?
Well, I think we are very comfortable in understanding that we love to set high bars for ourselves to try and accomplish them. Because if you don't aim high, and you fall a little short, at least you're aiming high. I put that in there to do just that. I'm open-minded to talk about what are the average rates of competitive states, especially, aligning states, especially ones on our border, and say, well, if there is a consensus that a percentage is lower, I'm willing to adjust that. I created this bill to start loudly this conversation. So I'm willing to engage in conversation more about how to make it amenable so that it fits New Hampshire as well as it fits what the industry can see as a recycling percentage that's realistic.
Okay. Could I have a follow-on?
Sure.
Just to go to the refund rate as well. Also in this legislation, it's written that the commissioner has the discretion to change refund rates. And I know that in Vermont, that is given to the legislature, that ability. What was your thought behind it being given to the commissioner to where the commissioner can then just decide unilaterally to make a rate change?
I think every committee that I've heard testimony at, that I've given testimony at, that I've been part of, we talk a lot about New Hampshire letting rule changes be the discretion of the commissioner or the director of the agency. I think that's an important part here. While we can legislate a big picture vision of where we want to see the state go, we have to let the professionals who oversee it be able to make those decisions. And that's why I wanted to make sure that it was left to the discretion of the commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. So one thing that is mentioned in the fiscal note, which is also a concern that I had initially, is that a number of our transfer stations, particularly in towns where they don't have curbside recycling, use the collection of particularly aluminum and, when it's at a good rate, the plastic bottles, and to do source separation, and they can get a fairly high rate of return on those recycled items. So it actually becomes a revenue source that helps fund the municipal transfer station. And I'm wondering how this bill would affect that by taking, particularly the aluminum cans, out of that waste stream that's going, that recycling stream that's going to the transfer stations.
Well, I think overall, you'll see that there will be an opportunity for revenue to be created by the state from this recycling program, and that money given back to towns for recycling programs. That's in the legislation. So while they may lose some revenue there, they're going to find some revenue from it.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you for taking my question. One other thing that I was curious about was in the everyday individual, if this were to be implemented, would this be set in rules? Like, how would they redeem those? Would that be at a per store redemption? Like, if you purchased them at one entity, you had to return them to that? Or was this universal redemption at one location?
Universal redemption is sort of the phrase I'll use, but you'd be able to return your bottles and cans to any participating retailer. So retailers could be grocery stores, they could be convenience stores, they could be separate redemption center businesses. I've seen a successful one across the border in Vermont that is a redemption center with a convenience store, a laundromat, and they're building a gas station. So what they do is they create economic development. So, but to the core of your question, you'd be able to redeem it at any location that offers redemption.
Thank you.
So actually, I have a question for you. Is there reciprocity between the redemption of other states where someone buys a can in Vermont, pays their 10 cents, and they try to turn it in here? Does that reciprocity occur with other states, or is it strictly you only are taking back cans that you would, the redemption, where the deposit was paid within your own state?
The way the program's working now is you can return a bottle and can to anybody that is participating in the redemption program. Where that does cause a problem now, and why I think redemption is important, is there are cases of folks living in other states coming into New Hampshire to purchase their liquid beverages, not pay a sales tax because they've come to our great state to not pay a sales tax. Then they go back, they consume their bottles and cans, and they redeem it in their own state. So their state is subsidizing their purchase of a product here. So that's something to be looked at. But right now, overall, there is no buy it in Vermont, only be able to redeem it in Vermont. I don't think that would help folks want to recycle more. We have a lot of visitors that come here from other states in New England for tourism. We would want them to feel comfortable that if they bought soda or beer in Rhode Island or Connecticut or Massachusetts, that they could redeem it here, and vice versa. Anything that they bought here without paying a sales tax, they could redeem at home. So that would be another bigger picture conversation that I think would have to happen at a pay grade higher than mine, where governors would have to look at each other and say, if this is going to affect 5 or 6 of our states that border each other, how do we want to work together to make sure that no one is getting sort of sandbagged in the process?
So currently, then, if we were to implement this program, someone could purchase a can in Massachusetts, pay their deposit there, and come back here, and we'd have to refund the 10 cents to them?
Right, and the same way that someone could buy it here, not pay any sales tax, and redeem it in Massachusetts, and Massachusetts would pay them the redemption.
And so is there at any point within this program where sort of the states settle up, or is it just, it is what it is?
As of now, I don't think there is a state selling up effort, but that will only make sense to happen. Again, that's, I think, legislation that is not in our purview.
Any other questions? Representative Aaron.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today. So I live on the other side of the state, pretty near Vermont, about 15-minute drive away. Every time around Earth Day, our town goes out and people, citizens in the town, go out on the roadsides and pick up whatever trash has been thrown there, myself included. I go out there with a bag and pick up a whole bunch of stuff, and lo and behold, there's a lot of cans and bottles out there that could have been recycled. We do have recycling programs in our transfer station. They could have even been driven over to Vermont and gotten redeemed, but they weren't. So why would you think that this would change that kind of behavior?
Because we're giving people a financial incentive to not throw the can out the window. Right now, their financial incentive is, I'm going to buy a product and not pay a sales tax, and when I'm done with it, I don't want to go through the trouble of doing anything else with it. They don't even go through the trouble of driving 20 miles or whatever across the border to redeem it. By creating redemption center down the street from them, at the grocery store that they go to 3 times a week, at the convenience store that they stop at to get gas every day or every other day or whatever they need to get, these redemption opportunities are there. So now the financial mindset is, hey, I'll hold on to this can or bottle because I'm going to go get groceries, I'm going to go get gas, I'm going to go get pizza, and the redemption center's there, and I'll go redeem it.
Sure.
So what do you think is, will there be any kind of financial investment that businesses would have to put forth in order to put these redemption centers into their establishment? What would it cost an average or small businessman to do this program?
I don't have those specific numbers in front of me. Some are as easy as putting in a sort of reverse vending machine where you put your cans and bottles in a machine and you get tokens and you take that in. Some are as easy as taking a bag, and I've done this as a test, I live in equal proximity to Vermont as you probably. I live in Sugar Hill. I'll drive over into St. Johnsbury. You can literally drop off a bag and they'll count them and sort them for you, and they give you a little ticket and you go and you collect monies. So and that's a redemption business. They're in the business of redeeming. But for smaller retailers that don't want that to be their primary business, they can acquire reverse vending machines.
One more.
Do you happen to know what the cost is of those reverse vending machines?
Not off the,
No, okay,
No.
thank you.
Rep. Stapleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Would you believe that in Claremont, people collect cans and they take them over to Mount Ascutney, Vermont, and they secure redemption of both aluminum cans and plastic bottles. For instance, the Knights of Columbus in Claremont earns $1,400 a year with a monthly can and bottle drive at St. Mary's Church in Claremont, and that money we use for charity and good works. And I'm sure other organizations are doing the same, because a lot of people are right there close to Ascutney across the Connecticut River.
And that's wonderful, and I applaud that. And I would hope that with a bottle bill in New Hampshire, environmental groups, nonprofit groups, religious groups would have bottle and can drives for fundraising. So folks will say, you know what, I don't have a extra pocket of cash, but you know what, I'm going to bring all my bottles and cans there and donate my dimes to the Knights of Columbus. So I think that's another incentive, is that these opportunities would exist for the people in the state of New Hampshire. Right now, we don't have those opportunities other than for them to collect it and, with concern, driving over across the border and redeeming it on another state's dime.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Representative.
Yes, I thank you for recognizing me and taking my question. I have a comment and then a question. First of all, my family of origin lives in Michigan, and Michigan has had a bottle bill for ages. So I contacted my brother, because every time I go home, I go to Kroger's with him and, watch everybody returning their bottles. And basically what he has said is that not only is it not an issue, but it's been so successful that now in the state they're pushing for water bottles to be redeemed because they're not, and that litter has virtually gone away. It's not an issue in the state, because even those who might toss it out, there's always somebody there who's collecting it because they make money off of it. So I just wanted you to know that. But the question that I had, and this was on page 5, and it's under section 4 and section 5, and I don't want you to address it because I just feel that this is a way of reporting and reports that need to be 2 preceding months. It just seems to me that this section is a little obtuse, and there's parts of it that didn't make sense to me in terms of trying to track the reporting and then the refunds and that type of thing. So I would just like you to think about maybe re-looking at that, because before I vote on that, I just need to understand what this actually means.
Yeah, there are a few things that were translated from OLS that could use some tweaking. This was originally from a template of a bill that was offered in the state of Rhode Island that I worked with some environmental groups to get access to then refit for our state. I also know one of the most sort of biggest ones for me is this is not a program that's quick to undertake. And I know, and I think that was also echoed in DES's testimony on this bill, that the start date would have to be pushed back. We need some time to plan this and do it well. we like to say, here in New Hampshire, let's do things well, let's do it right, but let's take the time to do it. And so that would be an important adjustment. There would be a few adjustments, obviously, that I'd want to look at.
Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. So on an earlier bill today, dealing with extended producer responsibility, we heard that Maine now has an extended producer responsibility program for packaging, and they also have a bottle bill. And I was wondering if you have any idea how those are interacting in Maine.
What do you mean, how they're working together?
Okay, are you familiar with with extended producer responsibility? So essentially, beverage containers are packaging. So how does the extended producer responsibility law deal with the fact that there's also a container refund program? And how does the extended producer responsibility work in conjunction or in competition with the bottle bill there?
I haven't spoken to any other bill filers of bills earlier today, so I haven't really looked at that, and I can't really comment on Maine's legislative process. So I'm sort of a little out of the loss for the details of what you're talking about. I apologize.
Okay. I don't know is a fine answer. So thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, Rep. Pomola just made the cut.
Sorry, thank you. Sorry if I had a follow-on. I did have a question in here. It says that the Attorney General shall enforce the provisions of this chapter. How exactly would that work? How would that get enforced? How would that get enforced down to the vendor level? I'm kind of curious about the cost of enforcing that.
Well,
If you can
I think that's where a conversation, I think our colleagues at DES would be better understanding of how that would have to happen. They'll probably talk a little bit about what will that cost to the DES or to the Attorney General. But I think at the end of the day, when you're requiring consumers to pay a recycling fee and then get it redeemed and monies have to be collected and saved, I think you definitely want accountability by the Attorney General to keep an eye on how businesses are collecting the funds, how they're recording it. That's why record keeping is an important part of that. So,
If I could have a quick follow-on. I did notice that the penalties, I was kind of comparing us to Maine because they've had one of the longer extensive bottle bills. And I noticed that the penalties look the same, but they're not quite. And it seems like they're written much harshly in here because if I look at Maine, Maine's looking at, they'll have $100 per violation. And here, it actually talks about $100 per bottle, which could, if I'm looking at this correctly, maybe I'm not.
I'd have to go back and look.
It says any person, including a bottle distributor, retailer, or redemption center who violates the provision shall be subject to a civil penalty of the greater of $100 for each container. So I just wondered if maybe that was intentional, or maybe that was just a
That
misnomer.
wasn't intentional because I don't think that's a little too heavy-handed. Again, part of what we're creating, what I'm trying to create here is legislation that's never occurred before. It's one thing to amend existing legislation that we might have in the state. So this is sort of a work in progress. And again, maybe this is the appropriate time for me to say I am open to, working on this bill, especially with DES, with Can Manufacturing Institute, who, not only said we see raw materials going up, and their public statement was recycling is important to the industry because that's going to drive the raw material cost up for our goods. Organizations like that, I'm very open to hear from because they know this business better than I do. And while I don't want to tell them how to do their business, and I am a little bit with this bill, I want them to be able to say, if you're going to tell us how to do our business, can you at least have us go down this path, because that'll be the best path for us to process. I don't want to make this a bill that angers the industry. I want it to be a bill that the industry wants to support, wants to publicize, and say, look, folks, we're going to recycle now because it's good for our business, it's good for your pocketbook, and it's good for our state.
Thank you.
All right, well, we thank you, Rep. Egan, and I think we've got everybody's questions in now, so
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Thank you, esteemed colleagues. I really do appreciate the time today.
thank you. Next, we'll have Rep. Kat McGee from Hillsborough 27.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pearl. Thank you. It's nice to be with E&A again. I'm Representative Kat McGee from Hillsborough 27, Hollis. I serve there with Representative Hamola. And I'm pleased to be with you today to offer my support for HB 1652. As my colleague from Sugar Hill testified, this is a bill that we feel its time has come, although I'd say that we're still not all we're all not agreed on that point. So although Representative Egan and I are fully aware that New Hampshire marches to its own drum, and we often don't do things just because all the other states around us or in New England are doing that, we know that we can't avoid the problem of growing solid waste piles around our state. We are arriving late to the party in creating a plan that slows the need for more and more solid waste disposal sites all over New Hampshire. The way to slow the need for more sites is to divert solid waste streams before they enter the landfills. While it would be great to continue paying to ship our trash out to sea or to China on a barge that eliminates the waste from our site, the reality is recyclable materials like plastic, aluminum, and glass are growing in value, and implementing a plan to manage this waste so it doesn't end up in a landfill is a bipartisan economic issue. Bottle bills have been attempted before, and as you can see by reviewing HB 1652, implementing a program is not a simple proposition. The Department of Environmental Services is a logical agency for oversight, and they contribute to the fiscal note by saying they have no existing resources trained to administer such a program or to coordinate the necessary enforcement with other agencies, and they mentioned DOJ. But recycling of bottles and cans as defined in HB 1652 is not a new concept. In all the surrounding New England states, recycling is being done by the same bottlers who are claiming opposition to New Hampshire's bill. And the process of bottle redemption has become easy and familiar. Citizens understand what it means. They're familiar with it from other states. And so if we implemented something like this here, it wouldn't be a change that would be difficult in order to secure adoption, I think. Bottles have a redemption value, and that means that more people get them where they need to go, cycling back into the packaged material stream as opposed to the landfills. And I think as materials, in terms of conservation, as materials become higher in value, I think even bottlers are looking for those materials back. They want to recycle the glass and the plastic and the aluminum rather than trying to create it all from scratch. So there's an inherent value to this trash if it is separated out of the waste streams and put back into the system for use again. So this is a simple, that is the simple purpose of this bill. While we do not have to reinvent the wheel or answer every issue in order to move forward, what we really do need to do is use the power of the legislature to make a decision that a bottle bill helps New Hampshire manage its solid waste problem by helping us reclaim and redirect recyclable materials that can be used to reduce municipal costs and other costs, manufacturer costs as well. Opponents claim there's no need to do this and there's no benefit in recycling. However, bottlers are now operating in a manufacturing environment where having direct access to recycled bottles and cans saves them money as well. So that is why I believe this is a bill whose time has come for the state of New Hampshire, facing up to our waste problem, saving money, and protecting the environment are all bipartisan issues here. And I ask that you support HB 1652 with your vote of ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McGee. We really appreciate your coming and testifying today. Anybody from the committee have questions? Oh, Representative Bixby.
Thank you for taking my question. I'm a little bit confused about the financial mechanism. So when you buy a bottled beverage, you pay a 10 cent deposit on that. If you return it, then you get your 10 cents back. There's some, was it 0.035 cents for the redemption center that is handling the redeemed bottles?
Administrative fee,
Right,
yeah.
so where does that administrative fee come from?
I'm afraid I don't know.
Okay, because
That's a stumper question, Representative
yeah,
Bixby.
I just, it seems like if you, it looks like Representative Egan might have an answer.
Yeah, sure. Please do.
So in every program in the states that I looked at, there's never 100% of recycling, so the redemption. So not everybody gets their dime back or asks for their dime back. They basically say, okay, whatever. And there are bottles and cans that disappear, right? They end up at the bottom of a lake. They end up in the back of your pickup truck for 3 years. So that administration fee comes out of sort of the fees not redeemed.
Okay, so if we actually met the ideal of 100% recycling, then there would be a shortfall of administrative fees.
Right, which is why, as Representative Hamola mentioned quite accurately, 90% is aggressive.
Okay.
You know, average states are in the 50s to 70%. So there is that fees not redeemed that covers administrative fees.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Kaplan.
This is just, I'm curious if you know, thanks for taking my question. So if the average redemption fee is like 50 or 60 or 70%, how does that compare to municipal recycling rates? Does anybody?
I'm trying to be respectful. If the question's for her.
Yeah, for either of you or for.
So then repeat it.
How do redemption collection rates compare to the recycling rates, in a municipal recycling program? So.
I didn't look into municipal recycling programs. I've always looked at statewide programs.
Or statewide, yeah.
Representative Dutsey, did you have information on that? I know you've worked in that area.
Yeah, I think, let me just read this. In the information we got from the Conservation Law Foundation, basically they said, states with container deposit laws recycled aluminum, PET, and glass at a rate of 78%, 59%, and 64%. Conversely, states without container deposit laws recycle these materials at much lower rates, 36% for aluminum, 14% for PET, and 14% for glass. So
Thank you.
It encourages recycling.
I would add that I did speak with the person who runs our DPW in town, because I know we've had a very successful recycling program in Hollis. Our transfer station is legendary. And our DPW person was responsible for running that transfer station for years, and she's also involved with regional transfer station owners. And many of those transfer station owners are operating those enterprises in order to bring money back to the town and lower taxes, and ours is no different. And she was excited about the idea. I think they've heard about this for many years, and so she wasn't, she was still cynical a little bit about whether or not anything would happen in the state, but she did say that they would be very excited and very pleased if we did something like this, because they think that it would increase the amount of recyclables that they would end up handling, and it would end up lowering the cost of that operation and bringing money back to the town. So I think that that's another benefit that we hadn't touched on the municipal side that I think several towns would take advantage of.
Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. Would transfer stations be eligible to become redemption centers?
Yes, that would be one of the places, I mean, that would be a logical place, because I think a lot of them are already set up to do separation of trash. What you really want is you just want to get it separated out of the waste stream so it doesn't become solid waste in a place where it's more expensive to separate it out so that you can use it again. So that's, part of the economics of it is asking people to help you get it before it becomes something that's more expensive to recover.
Any further questions?
I just wanted to clarify Representative Bigby's question from before, that the distributor is the person that reimburses the per container. So as much as the state gets the dime and gives the dime back, when the distributor gets the bottle back, they contribute to the state for getting property back. And that helps cover that administrative fee.
Everybody wins, because they get material.
All right, seeing no more questions, I thank you for your testimony. Before I call up Mr. Nork from New Hampshire DES, if anyone is missing a cell phone and left it in the men's room, Heather has it on her desk. I don't think.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, my name is Michael Nork, representing the Solid Waste Management Bureau for the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. And many of the comments that the agency has already been alluded to by Representative Egan and Representative McGee. Primarily, I guess I should say, we are not taking a position on the bill, and although we do support efforts to increase recycling in New Hampshire, we just have a couple concerns about how this effort might be implemented, primarily related to the resources necessary for the department to administer the various responsibilities that it would be assigned under this bill. We would be responsible for adopting new administrative rules, reviewing reports, evaluating the redemption rate for the state, possibly changing that redemption value, as well as the handling fee that would be reimbursed to redemption centers. So there's a number of responsibilities that the department would have to undertake. We don't currently have resources to do that, and this bill does not establish the resources or the funding necessary for us to undertake those new responsibilities. I just want to note that this bill, as written, would basically would take monies that are not claimed, or deposits that are not claimed, and split them 50-50 between the general fund and the state recycling fund. The state recycling fund is established under RSA 9C, and its sole purpose is to allow for containers and recycling services for state agencies. So the unclaimed funds would go to help with that, the funding necessary for state recycling at state agencies and state buildings. But we believe that that funding may be better placed and to use the resources that would be necessary to implement this bill. Our other concern is that the timeline for implementation of this bill may be a little optimistic. As currently introduced, the effective date for this bill would be January 1st, 2023. And as we all know, bills typically will get passed in the later half of the year. And so if this bill was to pass, say in July, August of this year, that would leave us a few months, maybe 3-4 months, to be able to do a lot of the initial administrative duties, including potentially trying to develop a new position to help us administer this. So it's just a lot to try to cram into a couple months before the bill actually becomes effective. So while we definitely don't have any concerns with the idea of increasing recycling, we do have some concerns about how this might be implemented. We're happy to support any further discussions on the issue, and I'm happy to take any questions that you might have at this time.
Any questions for Mr. Nork? Representative Murray.
I did have a question. You, in the testimony you submitted, cited, I believe, $100,000 per year. But that was not cited in the fiscal note, and I was just curious if that came after the fiscal note was released, or?
I haven't noticed, thank you, Representative Murray, I haven't noticed that discrepancy in the fiscal note. That was information that we did submit to Legislative Budget Assistant to help them develop the fiscal note. It seems that perhaps that information did not, oh, it is, it's on page of the fiscal note, it's the second page of the fiscal note.
My apologies, I was looking at
Yeah.
the estimated increase-decrease matrix.
Okay, so, and just to be clear, that cost is for the position itself. There may be other administrative costs that we're just not able to anticipate at this time.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Norick? Representative Bixby.
Yes, if we were to try to go ahead and amend this bill, would your department be able to help out nailing down a little bit more specifically what costs you'd need to have covered beyond that position so that an appropriation could be requested?
Thank you, Representative Bixby, for the question. I think, we would certainly be open to having a conversation about that. Because we've never administered a program like this before, it's a little bit difficult to know exactly all the costs that might be entailed. I think at the very minimum, supporting a staff person to be able to help support the effort would be our primary concern.
Representative Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. In your testimony, you say that DES is not taking a position on this bill, but some of the things that you're saying is like, kind of like contrary to what you're saying, because some of the things that they're like saying that it will have a negative impact. Can you tell me what changes can we do to this bill in order for DES to say, okay, we will work with this bill? Because it seems like you saying you guys, the DES is not taking position, but for what I'm understanding is you guys really taking a position, and it's like the comments that you're making is in opposition of the bill, kind of like, can you tell me what language needs to be changed in this bill in order for you guys to work with the sponsors of this bill?
Thank you, Representative Perez, for the question. We are not taking a position because we don't have a position on the merits of the bill itself or on the concept itself. Our primary concern is with how it would be implemented in a way that uses limited state resources to the greatest, the most efficient way. Primarily, our concerns are related to how it would impact the department, and the fact that I think, as the committee heard earlier today from previous hearings, the Solid Waste Management Bureau at DES has been challenged for a number of years in terms of resources and staffing to be able to keep up with our current requirements, like updating the Solid Waste Management Plan, doing standard rulemaking, a number of other duties that we have been challenged to keep up with. So if we're going to take a new initiative like this and put it into law, our primary concern is just that there needs to be some consideration for the resources that would be necessary to put it into practice.
Follow-up?
Sure.
Okay, so my follow-up question is, what DES will tell community members they're really concerned about the recycling issue, that we want the communities to be working in and try to protect the environment, and by doing the recycling will help protect the environment. What a DES will tell these people they're ready to work in doing the recycling, but DES is saying that this is not going to help. What would you tell them?
Representative Perez, I'm not sure that I follow your line of questioning.
Yeah, so I keep hearing from members of different communities that they're ready to do the recycling, the bottle recycling, and they take in bottles to Vermont, or they're taken into another state because we don't offer the money here. Why would you tell the people that they're ready in our communities and they're ready to do it, but they taking the money to another state, they're taking those bottles instead of then, we can help them here in New Hampshire instead of then take them to another state.
I agree with you that logically speaking, it makes a lot of sense for, any money that is going to other states. It would make more sense to have it stay here if we had a system in place to manage that.
Thank you.
Representative Mola.
Hi there. I thank you for taking my call, or thank you for taking my call. Thank you for taking my question. You had mentioned before that the costs are indeterminate, and obviously this program's been tried in other states. Has anyone from DES looked at the costs of other states? The expenditures, revenues, the ratio to that, to when you assisted with the fiscal note? Is there any kind of context? Obviously, New Hampshire's not the first person to try this, so this wheel's been invented somewhere. Do you have any information on that?
Representative Homola, that's a great question. Unfortunately, when we're assigned the fiscal note worksheet, we have a very limited time to actually turn around and do it. I think in an ideal situation, it would be that kind of analysis would be warranted. We did not do that for this fiscal note. One of the things to take in consideration when you ask other state agencies the costs, that they may be operating under different statutory authorities, different regulatory authorities. So it sometimes takes a little time to parse out apples to apples. But yeah, that is a valid point.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Mr. Nork, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we'll call on John Swan from Dalton, who needs requested 5 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pearl and the rest of the committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is John Swan. I'm the founder of Save Forest Lake. I live in Dalton, New Hampshire. I'm excited about the prospects of House Bill 1652 to help bring New Hampshire out of the environmental dark ages. We're surrounded by states that have bottle bills. In fact, it was brought up earlier that some entities collect bottles in New Hampshire. Obviously, they did not pay a deposit and took those across state lines into a neighboring state. That is cross-border redemption. It's illegal, by the way. So just an FYI. Today's themes, what have we talked about all day? Waste diversion, EPR and a circular economy. Obviously, waste is a problem. I know you've seen the data, you've seen statistics. If not, the Container Deposit Institute sent out, Container Recycling Institute sent out a testimony to you. They could not be here today because of COVID and no remote access available for testimony. But they did send out some great information, especially comparing recycling rates in states that do not have a bottle deposit bill versus states that do. In fact, 10 cents, we opted for 10 cents because you can see the rates in Oregon and Michigan. They are near 90% in terms of recycling rate. Plus, as the representatives before me spoke to, container deposit laws give manufacturers, which they want now, a cleaner raw material to work with instead of having to use virgin resources. I also wanted to note that I was encouraged by the testimony from the representative of the transfer station from the town of Meredith earlier. He stated basically, and it's a sad state of affairs relative to recycling, but they're barely making any money, to quote him, relative to recycling. And there's obviously market fluctuations, and one of the big questions he brought up, and it's well documented, is what to do with glass. So look at it. Here in New Hampshire, we can address several of those problems that we're facing. Waste diversion, keeping recyclable material out of landfills, what to do with glass. Also, protecting municipalities from market fluctuations, as you saw in 2018 with China's national sword policy about contaminated recyclables. That had a real drastic impact on municipalities throughout the country, and as well as COVID. So this will insulate municipalities in New Hampshire from market fluctuations. So again, Representatives McGee and Egan did a great job in presenting. I fully support this bill. I did want to make note of one, it was on page 3 of 4 from the Container Recycling Institute letter that the committee received from Susan Collins. At the very top, she talked about financial benefits of a New Hampshire deposit law. And if you'll just permit me, she notes that the fiscal note attached to this bill did not contain any bottom line dollar figures of how the state might benefit from a deposit law. CRI has estimated, however, that the state could reap as much as $14 million in unclaimed deposit revenue annually. That figure was arrived at by multiplying an estimated 1.4 billion deposit units sold annually by 10%, being the inverse of a 90% redemption rate, and then by the 10-cent deposit. So $14 million gain could be realized annually by the state of New Hampshire. And if you will note in some of the fiscal notes, the Liquor Commission noted that they could see a reduction in beer tax revenue by an estimated $6 million a year. And then the liquor store also mentioned, the Liquor Commission mentioned the cost of the reverse vending machines, which was brought up earlier, averaging anywhere from $10,000 to $25,000 per, with an estimate of approximately $640,000 to $1.6 million for 65 machines. So if you add those cost figures, the $14 million gain, as CRI points out, would be greater than the losses enumerated in the fiscal note. So again, I think this would help the state of New Hampshire with what we were talking about earlier. One of our concerns being the fact that recyclable material is being landfilled. As Representative Aaron mentioned earlier, you go out, you do the roadside cleanups. I do it almost every day. I am so sick and tired of seeing Twisted Tea and Bud Light cans on my road. But as you point out, when you do those roadside cleanups and they go in those blue Keep New Hampshire Beautiful bags provided by the industry, who were typically opposed to bottle bills, those dirty cans and bottles wind up in the landfill. So that's something to keep in mind. And I will say, I did temporarily, or not temporarily, but a short period of my life, I lived in New York State. They do have a deposit law, and I can tell you, roadside litter was not a problem in New York State, especially in the city area where you do have people who will scour the area for those recyclables to redeem and obviously add to their income. So anyway, I hope you will support House Bill 1652. And again, thank you for your time today. And Chairman, thank you very much for stacking these bills today to save us more trips than needed to come down here to Concord. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for coming down and your testimony today. Any questions for Mr. Swan? Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Safe Forest Lake.
Up next, we have Kevin Daigle from the New Hampshire Grocers Association.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Kevin Daigle. I am the Vice President of the New Hampshire Grocers Association. For those of you not familiar with our association, we represent both the independent and chain convenience stores, grocery stores, as well as their wholesalers and their suppliers. Today, I'd like to address 3 areas of concern for grocers, these being the impact to sales, the unsanitary storage of the containers, and finally, the impact on the low-income consumer. Since the mid-1970s, when the first bottle bill was introduced, this association has consistently testified that New Hampshire is very fortunate and at the same time dependent on cross-border sales. The undisputed fact remains that at a minimum, 40% of all our customers live outside of New Hampshire. Long-term members of the legislature have heard us express on numerous occasions that every time any excise tax is increased, even by a penny, travel trips to our state are reduced. That first penny affects the consumer who has to travel the furthest, and as you add more pennies of tax, those consumers closer to our borders decide not to travel here as well. In the case of this bill, the returnable deposit is an excise tax. because the 10 cents you would receive is not worth packing all those containers into your car and driving them all the way back to New Hampshire. Not to mention the fact the 10-cent tax is more than any of our neighboring states. Grocers have always known that when costs increase, consumers will search out other locations with lower prices. Unfortunately, for us, this bill would mean reduced sales as consumers return to shopping in their own state. Another consequence for food stores would be the unsanitary storage of beverage containers adjacent to food storage. Beverage containers contain products made with sugar. If not thoroughly cleaned out, they will attract insects, which attract bugs, which attract rodents. Then there is the people factor. Not everyone is as respectful as you or I may be. From personal observation, I have seen what types of foreign matter can be placed in bottles and cans, and it's not pretty. These returns then compromise the rest of the clean containers. This would quickly lead to greater pest control costs for all retailers. Another concern we have is the taxing of these products to segments of our society who can least afford it. I'm talking about those that use supplemental funds like WIC and SNAP to purchase their groceries. I saw that there's a carve-out that made exempt infant formula and meal replacement, but it doesn't take into account the shoppers buying juices, water, or dairy drinks, and then having higher costs associated with this purchase with their limited funding. In closing, for over 40 years, the New Hampshire legislature has decided against implementing refundable deposit mandates because industry has voluntarily developed better and more successful ways to address the issues of litter, solid waste reduction, and recycling education programs. The food industry has been a very profitable partner for generating state revenues and increasing employment. For these reasons, we ask you to find House Bill 1652 inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Daigle. Any questions for him? Representative Dutzy.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. I'm a little confused as to how it would be a tax if you can get the money back. So the way it works with my brother is he collects the bottles, he goes to Kroger every week, okay, so he takes his bottles back on a monthly basis, gets a little ticket out, gets $5 or $10 back, and he uses that to pay his groceries. So how would that be considered a tax on low-income people?
Well, it's a tax because it's a not immediate return. So now they're having to, with their limited funds, whether they have a WIC voucher that states I can get X, Y, and Z, and now I need to buy additional products, whether it's milk, tomato juice, pineapple juice, they're needing to put that upfront cost there. We're here now because people aren't recycling, or the image is they're not recycling. They now then have to take these containers and bring them somewhere. What are the chances that are going to do that? That's when it becomes a tax. It becomes a tax when the family comes up from Connecticut, buys their groceries for a couple of weeks because they're staying at the lake, and they take their products back with them. They're not redeeming them, so it's a tax. It's not an immediate return upon their investment. Thank you.
Any other questions? I guess I have one.
Oh, sure.
What do you think, and you may not be able to answer this, what do you think the probabilities would be that many of your grocer members would be interested in hosting these, maybe the machines or a redemption center within the facilities that they currently have? Do you think they'd have room enough to do this? Or, I mean, the machine maybe, but a full-blown redemption center? I do a lot of grocery store delivery. I know how tight they are for space.
Right.
That's the reason for my question.
Yeah, not having consulted with our members as to, the room and where they do it. I'll go on my own personal experience. I come from a chain store. We had a reverse engineered recycling vending machine in the back, or in the front. It's absolutely disgusting what comes through there. Whether it's somebody who has a quarter of a can left, they throw it in there to get the 5 cents. The person who uses it as their spittoon, not to mention everything else, they throw that in there. Then you have a 16-year-old kid, I need the vending machine emptied, let's go empty it. They take that, they're not really concerned with what we're going to do with the product. They bag it up, they take they're usually boxes about the size of this table, filled with a garbage bag. They take the garbage bags, they put it into a shopping cart, and then not thinking they then take that shopping cart, go through the whole store to the back room, which is adjacent to where all your food is. So you've compromised a lot of things. Do I think they'd want to do that? I don't believe so.
Thank you. I know it was a bit of a speculative question. I sort of was referring to my own experience of delivering produce, but thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Oh, Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. I had asked this of a previous speaker. I wonder if you know what the cost would be to a retailer for one of these machines where you place your bottle in and it squishes it up and...
Yeah, exactly. A reverse engineered
Yeah.
vending machine.
Yep.
You're looking at a minimum, probably a $10,000 investment, and that's for bare bones. If you're looking to get something more along the lines of efficiency and capacity, you could be upwards of $15,000, $20,000.
Okay, and follow-up? Yes. And the maintenance of that machine, because I know, when I lived in Connecticut, we had a row of them by Big Y or whatever it was, and we went in and put in our bottles and everything, but half of them were usually not working at the time.
Right. Well,
So in terms of maintaining those machines and paying somebody to come and fix them, what would that cost a retailer?
Right, depending upon the number of machines that you have, there may be one that's in service, or the only one you have may be out of service. Again, you've got substances that are being still remaining in the bottle or the can, redeeming. That gums up the whole works of everything. Most of the times, it's an outside contractor, outside service person that's contracted through your arrangement with the third party to do that. You could be looking within 24 hours, 48 hours to have your machine serviced.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. All right, I got one card left, so if you want to send the blue sheet in my direction, Scott Shire from the New Hampshire Beer Distributors Association.
Got a couple of handouts. Good afternoon. Thanks for making the time for everybody today. I know it's been a long day for you. For the record, my name is Scott Shire. I work for the New Hampshire Beer Distributors Association. I'm their executive director, and I've worked in the beer industry for about 20 years. I'm going to kind of skip what I was planning on talking about and just focus in on a couple of key points in the interest of time, and maybe address some of the comments that came up earlier. And I'll talk a little bit about beer and some kind of numbers that you might be able to wow your friends with at the next dinner party in terms of beer in New Hampshire. First off, I have a lot of respect for the intent of the bill and for the time that the co-sponsors put into this legislation, but I don't agree with everything that was presented earlier, and I'll just tick off a couple of things pretty quickly. First of all, it came up at one point that people don't really care about the environment, people in general, just sort of a general statement. And I really want to disagree with that, because I think people do really care, especially here in New Hampshire. And I've been lucky enough to be involved with environmental groups through my kids and their school, as well as serving as a volunteer on the board of directors for New Hampshire the Beautiful, that does a lot of educational funding and research into making recycling easier for people. I also disagree with the fact that this will save money and maybe cost less, and I'll explain that more in a minute when we talk about some of the economics with raw materials. And I disagree with the statement that this will help tourism. Actually, I think it's the opposite. I think it'll make us less competitive with our neighbor states. I think New Hampshire has a unique selling proposition right now that our states to the left, to the right, and to the bottom of us don't have. And being different is good in marketing. People want to come here because there's no tax and because there's no bottle bill. And I think increasing having a bottle bill, first of all, that's 100% higher than our neighboring states, is going to make us less competitive rather than more competitive. So I don't think we should do what our neighboring states are doing to sort of keep up. I've talked to a couple of the executive directors in states that have my role in Massachusetts in particular and Vermont, and they do not love their bottle bills and are a little bit envious of New Hampshire not having one. They said they lose a lot of business to New Hampshire because people come over the border to shop. And I agree with them, and I agree with what Mr. Daigle said earlier. Between 40 and 50% of total beer revenue goes to people who don't live in New Hampshire. So they're buying these products and spending money in our state, but generally speaking, they're not even leaving the containers here. So that's another thing. And in terms of helping towns and transfer centers, I don't agree with that either. I think this bottle bill will rob transfer centers, cities and towns of revenue, especially given the situation that was brought up earlier. And the one thing that I do agree on is that producers want their raw materials back, and raw materials costs are on the rise and have been for several years, especially aluminum. And I'll talk specifically about aluminum cans and beer now and just give you a couple of facts. So New Hampshire sells about 42 million gallons of beer a year, which if you equate that to a case equivalent, which is 24 12-ounce cans, that's about 18 million cases a year. Generally speaking, New Hampshire is #1 on the per capita consumption list, and it's not really because we all love to party and drink beer. It's really because most of our volume is going to out-of-staters, tourists, or people who are shopping and taking it back with them. So if you do some basic math using those figures, it accounts to about 432 million beer containers in the state of New Hampshire in a year. And of that, 65% of those containers are aluminum, either aluminum cans or aluminum bottles, the stadium-type bottles that are 16 ounce with a twist off that you might find at a venue, an event venue. So if we say that, 60%, which is conservative, it's probably closer to 65 since the pandemic as people shifted more into cans than bottles because of cube efficiency and freight costs going up. That's 259 million beer cans in the state. And if we said half of those were claimed by transfer centers and using the spot rate on the open market for aluminum in September of 2021, that equates to about 3 cents per can. There's 24 cans in a pound of aluminum, and aluminum was about 72 cents a pound back in September. So that's $3.8 million a year, almost $4 million, conservatively, that goes to transfer centers for redeeming aluminum only. And aluminum's valuable because not only is it the highest priced packaged commodity, but it's infinitely recyclable, and it's super easy for consumers to know that it's recyclable. If you hold up a soda can or a beer can and say, is this recyclable? I think pretty much everybody in the room would say, yes, it is. We understand that. But if I held up this plastic folder, I wouldn't know if that's recyclable or not. I could look for the number and maybe figure it out, or a piece of waxed paper or cardboard that has 4-color printing. It's very confusing when you get into consumer products in terms of what can actually be recycled cleanly and what can't be. So aluminum is great for that. This is the highest rate of aluminum cans in the beer industry since they've been tracking sales. And remember, and some of you in this room may remember, cans didn't start being on the scene in mainstream America, supermarket shelves, until the 1950s. Prior to that, it was all glass or keg for beer. And over the years, it shifted from 20%, 30%, worked its way up to about 2 years ago, about 60-40, and now after the pandemic, it's closer to 65% aluminum. So the transfer centers want these cans. They're going to do everything they can to get them. I live in Durham, and my transfer center has containers put out for people to put their aluminum cans in. So they're separating them because they know that it's more valuable than the cardboard or anything else that they're going to collect. And they do quite well with returning those things and selling them on the open market. Like I said, they're shredded. They get baled, they get shredded, they get heated into molten lava, and then they make ignits out of them and sell it again and recycle them, and they can do that infinitely. So I don't know what the extent of the problem is in New Hampshire landfills for aluminum cans in general, but I would guess that that's not the only offender. I think there's probably a lot of fast food waste products in there and other things, other containers that are not addressed by this bill. So I'm thinking that this is not the main issue with in terms of filling up landfills and recycling product packaging. I will tell you that everybody in my organization and a lot of our retail partners really do care about recycling. In fact, we ship all of our pallet wrap back, which is the sort of cellophane type product that goes around a pallet to keep the beer in place while they're shipping it. We recycle all that voluntarily, send it out of state when we get a full container load, and it goes to Trex Decking, and they make composite wood products out of it. We also serve with the grocers to take back plastic bags, which is the same thing, get converted. And I think that over the last 40 years, there's been a real step up in terms of educational outreach for recycling, and more people are doing it, primarily because of efforts by local transfer centers, but also efforts of community groups like New Hampshire the Beautiful. So in conclusion, I guess, and I'll be happy to take any questions, you know, this bill has a good intent, but I think it's the wrong vehicle to try to get this done. I think that, you know, we're talking about a 10% deposit. There may be a little bit more wiggle room in terms of pricing, but at a 5-cent deposit, which is competitive with our other states, excuse me, I don't think there's any way this program can make any money. I don't know where those figures came from before, but I look at $4 million being taken away from municipal transfer centers, and I also look at the reduction in the beer tax, which, using the numbers from 2021, would be a $5 million hit to the general fund annually if this bill were to pass. So between those two, that's a negative $9 million bogey. Plus, there's a lot of things that are vague or unsolved for, not a lot of specifics in how this would actually be executed. So I just don't think it's ready for prime time, and I would encourage you to vote to ITL this bill. Be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Kaplan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned that it was $40 million that the municipalities would lose if this took effect. And I think that was based on a 50% recycling rate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Where did you get that figure? Because we heard it could be as low as 17% earlier.
Yeah, I just basically did math on case sales from the prior year, and then anticipated 50% of those products were immediately going out of state, and then of the remaining 50%, maybe only 50% of those were being recycled. So it would effectively be a 25% recycling rate. So that could be, you know, higher or lower, but this is a ballpark at this point. But I'm actually using real data. You're welcome. Thanks for the question.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
All right, I did have one final card come in from Adam Schmidt from the New Hampshire Beverage Association. He needs 2 minutes, and we're going to hold you to it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will stay well within that 2 minutes. I know it's been a long day for you all. I just handed around testimony from Bree Deatley. As I mentioned a moment ago, my name is not Bree Deatley, it's Adam Schmidt. She was hoping to be here today. She's a expert on these types of bills for the New Hampshire Beverage Association. This would include non-alcoholic beverage manufacturers, think Coke, Pepsi, Keurig, Dr. Pepper, those types of folks. So her testimony details our association's concerns. Many of them you've heard from Mr. Daigle and Mr. Shire before me, so I won't go through all of that with you. I think the one thing I would mention is, you know, solid waste has become a pretty higher level topic in the legislature over the last few years. And one of the bills that you did pass last session created a solid waste working group over at the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. I know Chairman Pearl serves on that working group. I think that's the area where if you're going to do something in this space, that might be the best place to look at designing something that would work well, rather than a piece of legislation is based upon the questions and the testimony you've heard today might not be fully baked yet, but that working group would include the correct stakeholders, the right people to hash something like this out, and perhaps bring it forward at a future date. So more of the details about that thought are in the testimony, but I thought it was just a little bit something different you hadn't heard yet so far today. So with that, I hope I stayed within my 2 minutes, and thank you.
You did indeed. Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, we thank you. Anybody else that would like to speak? Okay, I have the blue sheet here. We had 7 people sign in, 5 in support, 1 opposed. And with that, I will close the hearing on House Bill 1652. I want to thank everybody for the time you spent today and coming down and giving us testimony. We received a lot of really good information, so I do appreciate it. Committee members, we have hearings scheduled next Tuesday beginning at 9 a.m. They're posted in the calendar. So other than that, anything that anybody in the committee needs to bring forward? Representative Bixby.
Chairman Pearl. In terms of next week, you had mentioned in a previous discussion with me that there might be some executive sessions. Are you expecting that? And if so, would it be possible to schedule those in the afternoon since one of our members can't make it in the morning?
I do anticipate that we could perhaps exec some of these bills, but I think we'll certainly would like to talk to my caucus, as I'm sure you would yours as well, and see where we have a consensus on bills. So we'll do that and decide. And I imagine we can do them in the afternoon. I don't see any reason why we can't. I think I've scheduled the morning tight enough, so there probably isn't any room anyway.
All right.
I try to keep my scheduling really close.
All right, thank you.
Only other thing I'll mention to the committee, I had to duck out earlier today for a few minutes for a chairs meeting. The deadline on early bills has been moved up slightly because of, we're anticipating a House session in the week of the 17th rather than our deadline being the 17th. So we're going to need to have our early bills done and out of committee prior to noon on the 10th of February. So just as an update. So the bills that we do have that are early, we have to be paying attention to that. Yes. I believe it is. So that's a conversation we'll need to have fairly soon. Okay, with that, if there's nothing else, have a safe ride home, and I appreciate you all coming. Thank you.